2024, and this is our 10th Delegates Congress, and we are having it in the capital of this country, Accra. So we invite the regional chairman, Comrade Ni Ashi Mo, to give us the welcome address.
Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, and your 2020 running mate, Professor Nana Opoku Ajiman, the National Chairman, Honorable Ofosampofo, the General Secretary, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, all national executives, Council of Elders, regional executives of the party, Council of Elders of the region, honorable members of parliament, present and past, former government appointees, representatives from government and other political parties, colleagues, regional chairman, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished aspirant, esteemed delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Nime, Name, Wombanyeme, Omade, all protocol observed, as we say in Ghana, Wahanyeko. It is my utmost pleasure to speak to you today to welcome most cordially to the 10th National Delegates Congress of the great NDC family. As the host region, on behalf of the Greater Accra region, I extend my warmest to you all who have traveled near and far here with us today, and those joining us with the various medium, radio, TV, social media, for this historic moment which defined and shaped the course of the National Democratic Congress. On behalf of the executives and all members of the NDC in the region, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the National Executive Committee, Organizing Committee of this year Delegates Conference for choosing Greater Accra as a host region. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's event is to clamor the enormous collective effort which began some months ago at our branches as we seek to reorganize to ready ourselves for the back-breaking task of sending the elephant into the bush 2024 and beyond. My task today is pretty simple: to welcome the kingmakers of our party, especially the Greater Accra kingmakers, the esteemed delegates, aspirants, and let me welcome you and also make you feel comfortable. And today, as we make the decision for the people, the men and women who lead us into the 2024 elections. So I am not here to serve you with a boredom of long speech, but kindly permit me the latitude to share a few words with you. His Excellency the incoming President, having recently assumed the office, the NDC Greater Accra, under my chairmanship, is committing itself to Agenda 25, which will give the NDC the clear government in 2024 and form a majority in Parliament as well. Having increased our seat from 13 in 2026 to 20 in 2021, we are of the firm belief that these numbers can be increased to 25 with commitment, dedication, hard working, and unity. Unity underlined, as someone who has tasted both defeat and victory, I fully appreciate the highs and the lows of elections, the thrills the excitement, the teasing, the headache, and the heartbreaks, and sometimes the insult. This has been part of our elections, unfortunately, but we have remained resolute and forged ahead as one. Internal contests do test the bond as a unit to the extreme point, but cannot break us, and we must not be breaking. The Right Honorable Aban S.K. Babin once said, and I quote, "If you want to lead me and I said no, why must you be angry? As politicians, we must understand." Sometimes, in the heat of the campaign, our language becomes revolting and unpalatable, but we must not lose sight of the danger ahead of us, which requires our collective interest overcoming. The beauty of democracy is the contest of ideas and its accompanying overskill. I will not be the one to judge the wrong or the right. I will tell you for the fact that if we don't regroup to reorganize our dream for reclaiming this economy from its current mess, our dreams will not be realized. Our differences during internal election should not define our collectives. The thrills, the teasing, the heartbreak cannot separate us in the interest, nor divide us in the purpose as we seek the holy cause of breaking the chain of Nana Akufo-Addo and Bawumia bondage. In the running up of this process, it is birth of a new dawn, the march towards the recapturing of Power 2024 under the able leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I urge all delegates to stick to the doctrine of democracy, knowing there will be winners and losers, but at the end, it is our collective interest and single force of defining us. Alexander the Great once said, "Remember upon the conduct of each dependent the fate of all." Comrades, we should therefore be guided in our actions and utterances towards one another. Our words should be kind and accommodative, not antagonistic. Our action considerate, as the pitch of time does not affect us a great time and a deal to show down with the elephant. Unity, they say, is strength. We will not be using the precious time of post-Congress resolving issue, seeking a unity among party members, when we could use that period in chasing the elephants to where it belongs to. His Excellency, the piano has both black and white keys, and yet to achieve the melodious chord and a beautiful tune and music, both keys must be deployed. And as like the piano, the NDC Congress will produce winners and losers, but to rally for power 2024 and build the Ghana we want, we need both victors and losers to join the forces as one. To the esteemed delegates, campaign team members, social media communicators, I implore you to be moderate in your victory and gracious in your defeat. Our candidate can only win or lose, but if at the end we need each other for 2020 victory. To the distinguished candidate, remember what the old book says in Matthew 20:28, and I quote, "But it shall not be among you, but whosoever be a great among you, let him be your leader." Leadership is opportunity to serve. As we seek the mandate of the delegates to lead them, may we be humble to be at the service of the people. May we not forget our promises and commitment, delivering hope and aspiration to our people. If there is any commodity the NDC must, if there is any commodity for the NDC, it must be a hope. We must be ready as leaders to sacrifice our comfort and our luxuries for the greater cause, reclaiming our beloved country from this mess situation and bringing the country back on track as a youth can have hope and the dreams of Ghana we want. A Ghana where prosperity is earned, brilliancy is rewarded, and all rights are respected. Comrades, once again, I welcome you to the 10th Delegates Congress, and I wish all aspirants very best, and may we have a successful Congress. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Indeed, may God bless us all as we rally for victory 2024. There are two things that I picked from the regional chairman's speech. He is promising 25 seats in Greater Accra. That's a good one there, and I know that is achievable, and for the kind of team that they have elected for this agenda, we are so sure that they will come up with those seats. So agenda 25 seats for Greater Accra. That is exciting. It's time to do the roll call now. Let's bring our regional organizer, Anthony Nupenu, to come and do the roll call for us. Are you ready, Anthony? Handing over to you. Thank you.
MC Obobia Pokudaku, Chairman for Congress, Your Excellency, this afternoon I have a singular task to make a simple roll call of regions and delegates. So as I mention your region, all I expect from you is to see a wave and a loud shout that you are fully represented at this 10th National Delegate Congress. Ayazu, Ayazuzu, Ayaza, MFA. I start from the Upper East region. Upper East region. Are you here? Upper East from Wahana. Mumaya Shamwe. Upper East. Boku Central, Boku, Bolga, Pusiga, Binduri, Timpani, Talesi. All of you, are you here? Thank you very much. We wish you well and may you have a successful Congress. Upper West. Upper West. Upper West, Nadoli Kaliu, DBI, Laura Namdom. All of you, let's see you. Let's see you. Let's see you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Thank you, Yadamwase. Yadamwase. Savannah region. Savannah region. Savannah region. Jomamas region. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Northeast region. Northeast region. Northeast region. Nalerugu, Gambaga, Yonyo, Treponi, where are you? Let's see you. Let's see you. Thank you. Yadamwase. Yamishramu. Yamishramu. Northern region. The leader of parliament. Yeah. Northern region. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are all welcome. Sorry for the loss yesterday night. May his humble soul rest in peace. Bono East. Bono East. Bono East. Thank you. Thank you. Yadamwasi. Be. Yamishramu. Semwaba. Bono region. The General Secretary's region. Jama North, Jama South, Brekum East, Brekum West. Time. Banda. Thank you for coming. God bless you. God bless you. Ahafo region. Ahafo region. Ahafo. Esutifi North, Esutifi South. Esunafo North, Esunafo South. Tano North, Tano South. Where are you? Ahafo region. Ahafo. Ahafo is not in the house. Almighty Ashanti region. Ashanti region. Ashanti for Ahana. Ashanti for Ahana. Ashanti for Niha. Hey, Bantama. Bekwai. Kwadasu. Asawasi. Menshanov. Menshasaf. Ofori Chrome. Kwabra East. Hey, Muniha. Kumeu. Hey. The 47 regions are not here. Ashanti. Okay, we'll come back to you. Eastern region. Kede. Eastern region. Eastern region. Eastern region. Eastern region. The National Chairman's region. They are not here. Oh. Western North. Western North region. Bodi, Dwabusu, Awim, Akontombra, Seshiosu. Where are they? Western North. Western North. Okay, thank you for coming. Western region. Western region. Jomoro. Elembele. Where are you? Western region. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Central region. Central region. The Ranimates region. Central region. Central region. Commander Edina Gwafu Ebrim. Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South. Asin North. Asin Central. Asin South. Edina Gwafu. Efutu. Gomwa East, Gomwa West. Gomwa Central. Aguna East. Aguna West. Hey. Vice President Ranimate. Your region is not here. Well, they are out there. They will be coming in very soon. OT region. OT region. OT region. Nkwanta North, Nkwanta South. Karachi East and Karachi West. In Chumuru. Mr. Kofi Adams, your region is not here. OT region, where are you? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Almighty voter region. The World Bank. Voter region. Anglo Keta. Ketu North, Ketu South. Akachi North, Akachi South. Tongu. South Tongu, Central Tongu. North Tongu. Whole Central. Whole West. Whole Afajato. Batoy. Thank you. Nyawezo Ghana. Yesue Dojuada. Joyawodo Amadaka Matangwachio. Yesue Dojuada. Joyawodo Amadaka Matangwachio. Yanyabade Mahama Dojuada. Joyawodo Amadaka Matangwachio. Mahama Dojuada. Joyawodo Amadaka Matangwachio. Nyava Doga. Mount Yami. Greater Accra. The host region. Greater Accra. The host region. Greater Accra. Nyabie. Gama nyabie. Yati ashimana nye. Yati ashim. Nyuma jonye. Nyerado. Nyuma jonye. Thank you all. Mr. Chairman, this is where I draw the curtain on the 16 regions who are here to take a critical decision in electing national officers. We have our diasporans Diaspora chapters. Diaspora chapters. UK, Ireland, Canada, America, all the rest. Are you here? Diaspora chapters. We have our members of parliament. Members of parliament from all 137 constituencies. Please, can we see you? MPs. MPs. Thank you for coming. Former metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. Former MMDCs. MMDCs. Are you here? Let's see you. Former deputy ministers and ministers. Former deputy ministers and ministers. Former deputy ministers and ministers. Thank you for coming. Former ministers. Former MPs. Former members of parliament. Former ambassadors who represented Ghana. Former ambassadors. Thank you for coming. 10 representatives. The 5 reps from the 10 institutions in the 60 regions. Are you here? Thank you. The last group, former presidential staffers. Former presidential staffers. Former presidential staffers. Thank you very much for coming. This is the full complement of the regions and the delegates that constitute this Congress. I thank you for your attention. May God bless us all.
And we thank you very much. Mr. Anthony Nupenu is regional organizer for the Greater Accra region. It's now time for us to open Congress, and we'll do so immediately as we welcome the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Samuel Ofosu Ampafo.
Your Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, members of the Functional Executive Committee of the party, members of the National Executive Committee of the NDC, leadership of the minority group in Parliament, and our hard-working MPs, former ministers of state present here, members of the diplomatic corps, Nime, Naime, Nananum, Togbeo, and other eminent traditional leaders, party executives, and delegates from the regions, constituencies, and branches, representatives of political parties here present, lead contestants in today's national elections of the NDC, distinguished invited guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. The prolific writer William Shakespeare wrote, "Small share and great welcome make a merry feast." As we gather this morning to commence the Congress of the Great National Democratic Congress, NDC, I, on behalf of the Functional Executive Council or Committee of the Party, the National Executive Council, the organizing committee of this Congress, and all other organs of the party, welcome you warmly to the Accra Sports Stadium for this historic event. I trust that at the end of our Congress, we will all make a merry feast. The 10th Congress of our party is significant for a variety of reasons. I will share a few of these reasons with you. We are having our Congress at a time when this country is going through a plethora of excruciating economic, social, and political challenges. For the first time in the history of our dear country, the hard-earned income and investment of hard-working Ghanaians and pensioners are being forcefully subjected to strange haircuts like Topio Joe and Backbush. 6 years down memory lane, Ghanaians thought they had voted for the new Patriotic Party MPP to provide economic management that they claimed they alone could deliver. Little did voters know that they had voted for barbers who only knew haircuts like Grace Jones and Punk. When the MPP touted persistently that we have the men, we never knew they had barbers. Now we see the mess they have plunged us into. They cannot even barber their own president, Akufo-Addo, properly, leaving him with a Sakura head. Fellow Katamansonians, another reason why our Congress is historic is that it is taking place at a time when Ghanaians agree on the monumental catastrophe that the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia-led government represents. The teachers are saying the MPP is a catastrophe. Nurses say the MPP is a catastrophe. Truck drivers say the MPP is a catastrophe. Civil servants says catastrophe. The private sector say catastrophe. Aboso Accounts Purpose dealers say catastrophe. Traders say catastrophe. Barbers say, bankers say catastrophe. International rating agencies say catastrophe. Civil society organizations say catastrophe. Kaya say catastrophe. Okada riders say catastrophe. Galamseya say catastrophe. The media say catastrophe. Our traditional leaders say catastrophe. University don't say catastrophe. Religious organizations say catastrophe. Labor unions say catastrophe. Doctors say catastrophe. The Black Stars say catastrophe. Even the witches and villagers from Chepi say catastrophe. NPP's Akufo-Addo-Bawumia catastrophe sentinel Ajibabia. The NPP catastrophic performance in government has been so repugnant that their own party could not stand the stench of their own rotten government. They started what looked like a cleansing and deodorizing exercise by demanding the sack of Ken Ofori-Atta as finance minister. Now the chief barber, that is the significance of the time in which we are staging a congress of our political party. Political leadership in Ghana has never in our history descended into the abyss in which we find ourselves today. The electorate has lost trust and confidence in the MPP government. The little that was left of trust was blown away when President Akufo-Addo looked Ghanaians in the eyes during one of his Sunday fellow Ghanaians broadcasts on television, national television, and told us that there will be no haircut on our investment. Only for the chief barber, Ofori-Atta, to announce the following week with clippers, scissors, razors, blade in hand, that there will be haircut. And that some haircut will even be with broken bottles. That was what the height of deceit. And that was the height of deceit that any government, any president and government could ever have engaged in.
which was made even more hurtful by the fact that it was a very survivor that they were playing their games, our very survivor that they are playing their games with. Distinguished invited guests, fellow Akatamansonians, coming closer home, our Congress today is also historic because it is first following the bold and heroic turnout of our party executive foot soldiers across the country in the 2020 elections. The zest and commitment with which you campaigned in the 2020 elections saw the great NDC almost winning majority of seats in Parliament. The manifestation of that stellar performance of our party executives gathered here is a huge hang parliament that we have, the first in the history of our country. Let nobody steal that hard work and achievement from you with any convoluted narration of related and inevitable events. Your tenacity on the campaign trail in 2020 enabled our indefatigable MPs to find a strong voice for the marginalized masses of our country whose interests we represent. I am proud of your exploits in the 2020 campaign, even as my teacher said, there is room for improvement. I am delighted that as party chairman, I was the conductor of the orchestra with you as the choir that almost snatched Parliament from the president. That was historic. In 2024, we will snatch not only Parliament, but also the presidency from the MPP government, inshallah. Fellow party members, this Congress is also historic by all standards. For the first time in the history of this country and the history of our great party, we have a General Secretary challenging his boss, the party chairman, for the position. We have witnessed the fiercest contest ever for the General Secretary position of the party. The contest for national women organizers was ferocious, and that of the National Youth Organizer was brazenly hot. The embers of that are yet to cool down. The internal contests point to how democracy is beautiful within the NDC. It shows that our internal processes are working. I want our detractors to know that our party still remains strong and will come out of today's elections even stronger. The chairmanship contest between the party chairman and the general secretary will not destroy the NDC. We are all too strong and too intelligent for that. Let those false political prophets from the opposing side who are predicting Armageddon after today's election declare in their mind that today will rather mark a renaissance of the great Akatamansonians. Today will mark the beginning of our march towards rescuing Ghana from the wickedness, ineptitude, and catastrophic MPP government. This brings me to the last significance of today's Congress that I will want to talk about. There are many more, though Ghanaians are today looking for an alternative to the catastrophic government that we have. They are looking for political leaders who will place their concerns, anxiety, hopes, and aspirations at the center of government decision. They are looking for leaders who will not direct access and opportunities to their children, brothers, cousins, mamas, and clansmen, and damn all others. Indeed, Ghanaians are looking for a president who listens to them, a president who has no fear of reshuffling a palpably catastrophic group of ministers, a president who will not refuse to sack a disastrous finance minister, even when his own party says so. The only reason why Ken Ofori-Atta is still finance minister is that he is the president's cousin, and he financed the president's campaign to be president. Not because he has any competence to be finance minister. The verdict on this is out there for all of us to see. Even
man his cousin is leading Ghana into untold hardship with his hopeless lack of capacity and capability, he still keeps him at post, and we are still all damned. Ghanaians are looking for leaders who can trust, leaders who can walk the talk, leaders with a heart, who put the country first and all others second. The NDC must seize this opportunity and restore trust in the conduct of national politics. That is the time we are in today. Fellow Akatamansonians, through our actions and decisions, we must signal that the NDC is a party of choice for Ghanaians. The outcome of this Congress should assure our teaming supporters and the army of voters who are disappointed in the MPP government that with the NDC in the driving seat, Ghanaians can look up to the future with a lot more hope and optimism. Let us leave here with a clear message to Ghanaians that the NDC, is very responsive to the cry of the people. Why is that? Let us not forget the African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Party unity in all this is non-negotiable. And that bears our team for this Congress, Uniting for Victory 2024. We need to be united even in the diversity in which we find ourselves. Of course, during elections like the one we will have today, one cannot expect homogeneity. Given the fact that the NDC is a massive party, we cannot all think alike and support the same person. That is just impossible. However, our differences and preferences should end in the declaration of the winners today. The battle we have is a political battle. As a political battle, it's not an internal battle. Those we are in real combat with are the MPP. That is our must-win battle. We shoot ourselves in the foot if we allow our internal elections to take a better part of us and forget that the target is not us. In the current situation which the country finds itself, we will be letting all Ghanaians down if we allow our internal sparks to go beyond today and affect our agenda for 2024 election. I believe I can count on you all to quickly regroup after today, irrespective of how the elections go for you. This is also because, as we have it, our African proverb says, a snake that you can see does not bite. We can see ourselves as NDC members, so we cannot and must not bite one another. I guess what the proverb forgot to add is that a mosquito that you can see can also not bite. Fellow party members, where there is love, there is no darkness. So our elder says, and how true a statement it is, we should focus on our collective good by extension of the good of Ghana. Party politics is relational, and so we should build and strengthen our internal rapprochement. We are made to handle under the great umbrella, for where we will extend succor and solace to Ghanaians everywhere, shielding them from the vagaries of the different types of weather, both current and emerging, and telling every Ghanaian that we are all one, whether you are from Kumasi, Chebi, Keta, or Wale Wale. In conclusion, my task here is a simple one. It is in line with what our forefathers say. If a man does not long a journey, no one says welcome home. He feels like he has no. Fellow delegates, we remain confident that those who are yet to arrive will also arrive safely. Thanks to the Almighty God, all our delegates, I'm told, have arrived safely. May you be blessed at the end of the Congress. May you also be blessed to others. Today is just like any other day. We will never happen again. Do not waste it. Our requests, sometimes tries and struggles are exactly what a group like. I wish to thank all of you for your contribution in diverse ways in making the NDC a very strong party, and we came to meet it after we took office in 2028. Once again, I have the singular honor and privilege to declare the 10th Congress of the National Democratic Congress being held in the Accra Sports Stadium here duly open. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, the National Chairman, for a long opening statement to Congress. Eyezu, we are Mizu, we are Miza, we are Mizuza. Thank you very much. Let me recognize in a very special way these 4 constituencies that made us proud. Yes, that's the general. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. That made us proud during the 2020 elections. These are constituencies we have been struggling to win, and we made it in 2020. So I want to recognize them at this all-important gathering. From Greater Accra, we have Okaikwe North. If you are here, we salute you for the wonders that you did. Tema East, where are you? We salute you for also making it in 2020. Then, Wenchi, you made it in a very stronghold of the opponent. You registered it and turned it green, and it's going to be maintained green come 2024. Then the last, but not the least, but the most wonderful and interesting one is Upper Denchira West from the central region. You made it and nailed it and added it, turned it green. Thank you very much for these wonders that you did. I will proceed to do some introductions. Usually they will say, Openi Jwari ana isuasa. But I'm going to turn it. I will start with the Openi, because this Openi has done so much for our country. He's done so much for our party. If we are gathered here today, it is because we commenced a reorganization process from the branch levels through the constituencies, the regional level. We had a youth and women last week, Saturday, on the 10th of December in Cape Coast. And today, we are gathered here. The funding, listen to me, the funding and the mobilization of funds to organize all these levels of elections, including and not limited to your travel to this place, your accommodation, your feeding, had rested heavily on his shoulders. We have not broken those shoulders. Your Excellency, John Dramani Mahama deserve a wonderful and standing ovation from all of us for this wonderful support for the party. He deserves it. He deserves it. With a round of applause, let's welcome him. He's done so much for this party. Thank you very much.
it looks like there's been a little technical hitch, and so the announcer will pause while the technicians try to fix the sound. This is Wizard TV Election Center, and this event is also live on TV XYZ, and you would notice from the pictures on the screen that the leadership of the NDC are seated. I saw the chairman of the Council of Elders. I've also seen the two main candidates, Chairman Samuel Ofosampofo and General Johnson Asiedu Nketia, flanking the former President John Dramani Mahama. From where I sit, I can see Dr. Louisa Hanabisu. In that shot, I also saw the chairman of the Council of Elders of the NDC, Alhaji Mahama Idrisu. It's been exciting. I'm with two guests who will be doing the conversation with me, and you'll be hearing their voices while we show you pictures on the screen. Now, Doc, we listened to the chairman. His message was very, very powerful. It touched on issues of concern to the larger public because some of the seats are being keenly contested. There is this fear that if it is not properly managed, it could create problems for NDC's efforts to rally everybody for the victory they are looking for in 2024. He made reference to some key adjectives. He used the word being respectful, embracing everybody. He talked about one NDC, and it looks like the announcement is back. So I'll pause and we'll continue our conversation once we have space.
Excellency, as I was saying, this great support from you will not go in waste. Surely, after this 10th Delegate Congress of this party, we are moving right into victory come 2024. I continue the introductions by introducing to you our 2020 running mate, a wonderful mother of ours, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. I hear you always say Mamo Dende, Mamo Dende. Thank you very much. I move on to already introduce National Chairman Samuel Ofosu Ampofo. Next is the General Secretary of the party, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Chobwe. Next is our Vice Chairman, Mr. Kofi Atto, National Vice Chairman. Madame Sheriaite is another National Vice Chairman of the party who I have spotted on the days. Madam, you're welcome and thank you so much. Then I have to introduce my own leader and boss. He was my boss as National Youth Organizer and now my leader in Parliament. Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Approved. Your introduction approved. Next to our leader is the minority leader, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable James Kluche Aveji. We also have on the days our Chief Whip, who is more like our captain, the captain of the team, Honorable Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka. Thank you very much, Honorable Muntaka. Supporting His Excellency John Dramani Mahama
are our regional chairmen who deserve to be mentioned. I'm going to mention them by their regions, and you will acknowledge them as such. I'm starting with Northern Region, the Northern Regional Chairman. If you are here, raise your hand. Let's applaud you. The Northeast Chairman, he is also here, Northeast. Savannah Region Chairman is here with his team. We recognize you, Savannah Regional Chairman. Upper West Regional Chairman, Alhaji Bunas. Thank you so much. The Upper East Regional Chairman, Alhaji Bolnaba. Thank you so much. The Bono Regional Chairman. Thank you so much. Honorable Nyamiche Mafu. The Bono East Regional Chairman. Let's recognize you. The Bono East, where are you? Recognize your chairman. The Ahafo Regional Chairman. Ahafo Regional Chairman. The Ashanti Regional Chairman. Nana Kwesi, where are you? We recognize you. Ashanti Regional Chairman. The Eastern Regional Chairman, Small Boy Danger, Mark Oliver Chairman, Ashimo, already introduced and who welcomed us. The Volta Regional Chairman, my big brother. Thank you so much, Volta Regional Chairman. We recognize you. Then, the Chairman of the Chairman Forum, the 8/8. The OT Regional Chairman, Chairman Japon Kujo. That is my chairman. Thank you so much, Chairman Japon Kujo, Chairman 8/8. Thank you. We recognize all of you, the delegates from the various constituencies. We thank you so much. The media, we thank you so much, especially Wezo TV and TV XYZ for having this program live and being covered into our various homes. Thank you so much. At this moment, I will invite MC2 to do the other introductions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kofi Adams. We move on to the introduction of our Council of Elders. Alhaji Mahama Idrisu is chairman of our Council of Elders. Let's welcome Alhaji. James Victor Beho is a member. Mrs. Anna Enim. Welcome. Margaret Clark Kwesi is also here with us this afternoon. Right Honorable Do Ajaho. Nana Atodaze, Kwame Prepra, John Ebu, Dan Agbodapi is also here with us. Mr. Kofi Totobi Kwache, can we see you? Thank you very much. Gilbert Idi, and that's it for our Council of Elders. I'd also like to take the opportunity to welcome Ambassador Sampirali. Henry Ametepe is former Volta Regional Chairman. Joseph Adekoka is former Greater Accra Regional Chairman. Joyce Bawa Muktari is Special Aid to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We also like to welcome George Opare Ado. He is our National Youth Organizer. And Hannah Bisu is our National Women's Organizer. Colonel Larry Bevlolate is one of our elders and former National Security Coordinator. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Co-MC Obobia Dako. Thank you so much for the continuation of the introductions.
Now we are moving to a very important part of this Congress also, and that is adoption of the standing orders and the steering committee of Congress, without which this Congress cannot proceed. I have the duty to announce the steering committee of Congress. My duty is to announce the membership and invite the chairman of the steering committee to announce the remaining committees of Congress. So I do so by mentioning names of the members of the steering committee. The chair of the steering committee is Honorable Kofi Atto. A vice chairman of the party, former deputy general secretary, former director of international relations, and former MP for Ho Central. He is the chair of the steering committee. The other members are Honorable Alex Segbefia, Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Nijangman Van der Poy, Honorable Haji Aladi Ayi Ayamba, and Alhaji Bolnaba, the Upper East Regional Chairman. These are the members of the steering committee for the NDC's 10th Delegate Congress. I invite the chairman to proceed with the announcement of other committees and their adoption. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much, MC. The steering committee is a committee that will be in charge of the whole day's affairs here. But the steering committee works with other committees of Congress. What I will do now is to mention the committees of Congress that will be working with the steering committee and the membership. At the end of it, I'll move that we accept them as members of the Congress committees. So apart from the steering committee, we have the electoral committee. The members of the electoral committee are Alex Segbefia as chairperson, Daniel Amate, Honorable Bid Zidin, Ambassador Sam P. Yale, Honorable Agnes Namumo, Honorable Kofi Adams, and Honorable Baba Jamal. These are members of the electoral committee. Then we have a welfare committee chaired by Mr. Harry Zakor, and other members are Alaji Alasan Bangu, Felicia, Greater Accra Women's Organizer, Shirley Nana Ampim, Eastern Region Women's Organizer, Ben Kote, Kole Klote Chairman, Honorable Comfort Doyo, and Mr. Abu Nasir Sani. They are the members of the Welfare Committee. There are two more committees. We have the Standing Orders and Legal Committee. That is chaired by Council Abraham Amaliba. Other members are Mr. Chris Akume, Honorable Mrs. Marita Brew Apia, Mr. Victor Adawudu, Dr. Valerie Sawyer, and Ambassador Kojo Nyamiche Mafo. And the last committee of Congress is the Conflict Resolution Committee. These are made up of Alhaji Hudu Yaya, Dr. as chairman, Alhaji Hudu Yaya is the chairman, Dr. William Ahaji, Nana Toku, Western Region Chairman, Mr. Big Edu, Western North Regional Chairman, Madam Betty Mold Edisu, and Honorable Magnus Kofi Amwate. These are the committees and these are the membership of the committees. As many of you that agree that we shall adopt this committees as committees of the Congress, say aye. As many of you that don't want these committees to work at all today, say no. Okay, so the ayes have it. So I'll hand over to the MCs, and these are the committees that we'll be working with until the Congress is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chairman of steering committee, for doing us this honors. A round of applause for Honorable Kofi Atto for the job he's just done. It's a very important part of Congress. We are moving on. And this time round is to invite our General Secretary. He has a report to give to Congress. For the last 4 years, we met at the trade fair site. We elected the leadership. They've run a fair under his supervision. He is here to give you a report and add other things that will help us moving forward. I invite the General Secretary of the party, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, popularly called General Mosquito.
Your Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama, comrades, to save time, let me stand by the earlier protocols established by my comrade and friend, the National Chairman. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 10th National Delegates Congress. I wish to use this occasion to congratulate you all for your victory in the just ended constituency, regional, and national youth and women conferences. It is my hope that you will constitute a formidable team that will work seamlessly to enable the NDC recapture power from this inept, clueless, corrupt, and incompetent MPP government. As you are aware, the tenure of the current national executives of our party will end in a jiffy, as our 4-year term mandate is exhausted. Since the last Congress, however, many of our notable comrades of the party, among others, have passed on. Key among them is the founding father of this party, His Excellency, former President, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. Other departed party faithfuls include Comrade Ama Benyuado, Captain Kojo Chikata, Dr. Nyama Donko, Jifa Ativo, Professor Kwesi Boche, and many others, which time will not permit me to mention individually. At the appropriate time, when the former president mounts the podium, he would entreat of you to observe some silence in commemoration of these gallant warriors. Notable events that have occurred during the period under report include the presidential and parliamentary primaries of our great party. We had very successful presidential and parliamentary primaries prior to the 2020 general elections. And for the first time in the history of our party, we had 7 stalwarts contesting the presidential primaries. The good news is that the party was robust and put in measures to ensure that the tensions that normally characterize presidential primaries, especially one with this large number of aspirants and their supporters, were reduced to the barest minimum. Fast forward to 2020. We had a general election that was historic by all accounts. Firstly, the 2 major political parties, the NDC and the MPP, split the seats in parliament down the middle, with 137 seats each, giving the country its first hung parliament. Secondly, and against all odds, the NDC annexed the Speakership of Parliament, a feat very rare in contemporary African politics. Thirdly, Ghana experienced the most bizarre elections since the inception of the Fourth Republic in 1993. In the 2020 general elections, the NDC faced a blatantly partisan and very hostile umpire, the Electoral Commission. As if that wasn't enough, we had a judiciary that threw common sense, facts and logic and caution to the wind, and consequently denied the people of Ghana the opportunity to hold the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to account for her stewardship as the sole returning officer of the presidential elections. Fourthly, and not the least of all, Ghana witnessed the most violent elections, reminiscent of other violent elections in countries like Kenya, Egypt, Sudan, and elsewhere. Several lives were lost, with many more also maimed. But for the grace of God, the situation in the immediate aftermath of the 2020 elections could have degenerated into civil strife and dissension. To show to Ghanaians and the entire world the irregularities and infractions that came with the 2020 general elections, deliberately orchestrated by the Electoral Commission with the connivance of the New Patriotic Party, our party went to the Supreme Court to challenge the presidential results. We lost the case in the judicial court, but won in the court of public opinion. The NDC, dissatisfied with the activities of the Electoral Commission, decided to boycott the IPAC meetings, which have been reduced to a mere rubber stamping of decisions that have been taken already by the Electoral Commission. The party subsequently proposed electoral reforms to the Electoral Commission, the discussion, adoption of which would form the basis of our return to the IPAC meetings. Unfortunately, the Electoral Commission treated these proposals with contempt and remained adamant and intransigent. Organizations including the National Peace Council and the diplomatic community have been holding talks with the EC to address the issues raised by NDC to enable its return to IPAC meetings. But so far, all of these efforts have fallen into the deaf ears of the Commission. In the belief that the 2020 elections were rigged and to prevent same from happening in subsequent elections, the party organized a series of retreats for regional and national executives as well as the minority caucus in parliament, culminating in the retreat at the Serene Volta Hotel in the Volta region. The occasion, which was well attended, allowed each regional executive committee to give account of the elections they supervised in their respective regions. There were so many revelations and confirmation of issues that the party already knew of. These helped and will continue to help the party in its subsequent orientation and training programs for its executives at all levels of the party. Indeed, our outreach programs held in the various regions were partly as a result of feedback gathered from these retreats. As part of its reorganization program, the party organized outreach programs in the various regions, whose outcome largely helped in the drafting of guidelines for the party's reorganizational roadmap. Internal elections. In preparation towards the next general elections in 2024, the party organized largely successful elections at the various levels of our party. And I wish to report that for the first time in the history of this party, deployment of personnel from the national level and also from the top levels of regions were sent to branches to reorganize the very base of the NDC party, the branch level. Again, since this party has considered Ashanti and Eastern region as the difficult areas of the party in terms of our elections, we gave special attention to this reorganization in the two regions. We had to deploy officers from all over the country and national level to descend in Ashanti and Eastern region to the base of the party and help install the branches of the party, which will position us to win the next elections. Mr. Chairman, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity to commend our caucus in Parliament for a very laborious and tremendous work. Our caucus has so far acquitted itself creditably. Through its various press conferences and contributions in Parliament, our caucus has exposed and continues to expose the NPP's ineptitude, corruption, and mismanagement of the economy, which has led to our current hardship and predicament. Finally, comrades, I wish to take this opportunity to formally inform Congress that the NDC has chalked another great feat of global significance. As you are all aware, I have been a Vice President of Socialist International for the past 6 years. The Secretary General's position of the SI was due for re-election this year. The NDC presented a young, vibrant, motivated, and talented lawyer and party activist, Comrade Benedicta Lassie, as a candidate for the position. The party mounted a vigorous lobby and campaign for this young lady, which eventually landed her the position of the Secretary General of the Socialist International. This makes her the first African to occupy that prestigious position, the first female to occupy that prestigious position, and the youngest Secretary General of Socialist International in its over a century's existence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put up a round of applause for Comrade Benedicta Lassie. In sum, the NDC has made a lot of progress over the last 4 years, and I am optimistic that we are poised to win the 2024 general elections. But we cannot win the 2024 general elections with a divided front. I would therefore plead with all party members, especially aspirants and their supporters, to make a conscious effort to shun all activities and conducts that have the potential to break our front, and to embrace the ingredients of peace, unity, solidarity, and stability. I thank you all for your attention, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Long live the National Democratic Congress, and long live Mother Ghana. Hey! 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 Thank you very much. Finally, let me say a word of farewell to you as I step down today as your General Secretary, having served in that position for the past 17 years. I want to thank all of you for your cooperation, and I want to thank everybody. Those I have offended, may the Lord touch your heart to forgive me. The credit I have made so far is shared and attributed to the foot soldiers of this country and this party. I thank you all, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
17 years of proud service to the National Democratic Congress. On this note, we say a very big thank you to the general of our political party, the General Secretary Johnson Esiedu Nketia. Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful to you. She was a former Eastern Regional Deputy Youth Organizer, former Deputy Director of Elections, Eastern Region, Chairperson of the Eastern Regional Legal Team, a member of the 2020 Manifesto Team. She is also a member of the Lab Governance, Energy and Youth Committee. Comrades, join me as we proudly welcome Benedicta Lassie. She is the newly elected Secretary General of the Socialist Forum, and we are so proud of her. She's the first African to take this position. And on this note, I bring her to the microphone to give us the solidarity message from the Socialist Forum. Benedicta Lassie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Obobia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, the Council of Elders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, invited guests, delegates, all protocols observed. Comrades, on behalf of the entire Presidium led by Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain and President of the Socialist International, I bring you fraternal greetings from the Socialist International. As Providence would have it, my first political event after my election as Secretary General of the Socialist International, the largest political party in the world, is to address my own party, the National Democratic Congress's National Congress, and I'm deeply honored by the warm welcome. Comrades, I want to use this opportunity to first of all thank the entire leadership of the party, members of the National Democratic Congress gathered here, and those joining us from across the country and abroad. From our branch executives, particularly the branch executives of my dear constituency, Lower Manya Krobo constituency in the Eastern region, regional and national executives, thank you for your comradeship over the years in ensuring an inclusive democracy in our dear country. Thank you, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, Honorable Kofi Ato, Honorable Kofi Adams, the international relations team led by Honorable Alex Segbefia and Dr. Karl Ahin, who worked tirelessly to ensure this victory for the party, Ghana, and the entire continent. I finally want to show a special appreciation to the man without whom I wouldn't be here addressing you as the Secretary General of the Socialist International. He took it upon himself to personally engage many parties and leaders across the world, campaigning for me and the NDC and providing the necessary support to ensure our victory. Thank you, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Indeed, as a political party, being a social democratic party, we must use this opportunity to evaluate our work as a party from time to time. We have come a long way as a party from the past few months, reorganizing our party from electing branch executives, constituency executives, and regional executives, and now converging to elect our national executives to lead our party to victory in 2024 elections. Comrades, as a member of a party and as members, with the aim of mobilizing support for political power, it is imperative that from time to time, we re-examine our commitment and service to our dear country. We are at a crossroads in our development as a country. We cannot pretend that all is well with governance in this country. Ghanaians are increasingly losing hope in what was once a promising democracy, which enjoyed popular support from the people. We must prove to the people of Ghana that we hold in trust the confidence they have given us. From citizen mistrust of politicians and public servants to utter disregard for alternative views by ruling governments, from an ailing economy to the absence of critical safety nets that ensure that all Ghanaians enjoy some basic welfare benefits and quality of life. Comrades, the NDC, being the most progressive political party in Ghana, must rise to the occasion. We must offer the people of Ghana a new paradigm of leadership, one that is selfless, responsive, and above all, people-centered. We must do more to address the threats to our democracy and development and break the cycle of apathy. For we cannot afford to disappoint Ghanaians in the coming years. Indeed, the NDC has offered better leadership in this country over the years, and now more than ever, we must demonstrate that as a social democratic party, we are committed to our fundamental values of equitable development. Comrades, we must renew our commitment of accountability, good governance, and selfless leadership. Our commitment to shape a future that presents more opportunities to the less privileged. And a commitment as leaders of this great party to shape the future of politics in this country and to set out a transformative agenda for Ghana's development. I look forward to working with the incoming national leadership of our party to champion a new era of international cooperation with other progressive political parties in the world, particularly within the Socialist International, to drive this vision for our homeland, Ghana. I thank you all very much and wish us all a successful Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Benedicta Lassie. She is Secretary General to the Socialist International. Let's now welcome our diasporan representatives. All the chapters are invited here. There's a speech that will be read by Vivian Mame Abba. Vivian Mame Abba, representing all our diasporan chapters.
Chairman, Your Excellency, Delegate, all protocol observed. I bring you warm greetings and felicitation on behalf of our illustrious comrade from the external chapters of the NDC in the diaspora. Namely, here present at this conference are Germany, UK, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Middle East, Italy, Holland, and Ivory Coast. The National Congress affords us the opportunity to converge and brainstorm on ways that can help our party to progress. This year's Congress is one of the much anticipated one in the history of our party, owing to the caliber of persons that are contesting for various positions and the deplorable state of the country, courtesy the incompetent, inept MPP administration. The chapters are therefore poised to mobilize sufficient resources and logistics to support the party back home for Victory 2024. The chapters are poised and ready for ROPA should the Electoral Commission decide to implement it for the 2024 elections. We know of the MPP diabolic plan and machinations to rig the 2024 elections with the implementation of ROPA as one of their hatched plans. The chapter can assure you all that we in the diaspora will do all that is necessary to rally the rank and file of our members in the diaspora to be vigilant and play an active role should ROPA be restored to by the sluggish and extremely unpopular MPP government. Your Excellency, our friends, brothers and sisters in the diaspora are all feeling the pain and suffering the teeming masses have been subjected to by the super incompetent and clueless MPP government. That is the more reason why the chapters are more eager to rally members to raise sufficient financial resources and human capital to support the campaign activities back home to drive the elephant back to the bush where they belong, whether they like it or not. Comrades, as we elect our national officers today to manage the affairs of our party for the next 4 years, we humbly urge all of you to elect officers that will sacrifice for the party to ensure that Victory 2024 is achieved. This is an internal elections. Let's remember that our biggest opponent is the MPP, not ourselves. Let's all work together to come out of this Congress stronger and united, regardless of who wins, for the enormous task ahead of us in 2024 is huge. Ghanaians across the globe are clamoring for change, and the NDC party offer the best alternative to the lazy, super incompetent, abysmal MPP administration. We should not allow our actions and inactions to fail and disappoint Ghanaians by ensuring that we do all we can to win the 2024 elections. Comrade, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when we eschew internal wranglings, stay focused, united, and work together, we will win the 2024 election and support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the incoming President of Ghana, come 2025 to build the Ghana we all want for ourselves and Ghana. Comrade, kindly permit me to use this opportunity to urge all the aspirants well. The destiny of this party and the country will be defined by the leaders we, the delegate here, choose today. It is our hope and expectation that our respected delegate, privileged to represent the entire party members, will use their good sense of judgment to choose the best leaders for our party. We have an important election to win come 2024, and we must not allow anything to stall our chances and fortunes. We thank you all for your attention. Thank you. God bless you all.
God bless you, Comrade Vivian Mame Abadaze, representing our diasporan chapters. Next on the bill is a solidarity message from the New Patriotic Party.
Mention that.
Thank you very much. The National Democratic Congress, the NDC. I would like to stand on existing protocols as established by this Congress from the beginning and bring you greetings from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, the Vice President, and the entire leadership of the New Patriotic Party, led by Chairman Stephen Ayensu Ntim. I am here with Williams Yamua, the Director of Finance and Administration of the party. I'm also here with the Deputy National Youth Organizers of our party, Sandra Sakodie and Jay Height. Also here is Safia Muhammad, the Deputy National Women's Organizer of the New Patriotic Party, and also the Deputy National Organizer of the New Patriotic Party, Chris Lloyd. We want to begin by commending the National Democratic Congress for successfully organizing your internal elections from the base of the party, the ward, the branches, constituency to the regional. We commend you for this success that has been achieved. We also want to commend you for your youth and women conference that was organized at Cape Coast. We wish to remind you, some few issues came out from the Youth Congress which we need to, as a party, solidarize with you and remind you that the country would need a peaceful coexistence, and we condemn the violence that ensued at the Cape Coast Conference. We do know that the leader and former president of the NDC, the former president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, did reminded us that the party has a revolutionary route, and when it comes to violence, nobody can compete you. And we admit, but we remind you that we have the Vigilantism Act that we want you to go through. Mr. Chairman, we want to work and appeal to you. We have actually put together a document. We have heard that you have a school, a party school that you have established for the NDC. We have put together a document to establish a faculty of resource collation where we will take the NDC through how to collate resource and go to the Supreme Court without fear or favor. Mr. Chairman, we want to also stand on behalf of the people of Ghana to apologize to the Supreme Court and the people of Ghana for the NDC playing on the emotions of the people of Ghana, despite the fact that you went to the Supreme Court without a shred of evidence to prove your case as the winners of the election. Mr. Chairman, 2024 elections, I know you are here to elect leaders. You want to elect leaders that will steer the affairs to win 2024 elections. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, 2024 is a foregone conclusion. We would win the election with a wider margin that will confront the NDC not to make an attempt to even appear or even petition the Supreme Court. We wish you an event-free conference. We wish you everything that you will do here. We need a healthy NDC. We don't want to defeat a limping horse. At this juncture, we wish you well. May God bless our motherland, Ghana, and the NDC. Abochi has no CDs to come. So Abochi has no CDs to change for dollar. Dollar is hiding. And we assure the people of Ghana the economy will bounce back. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
I'm just wondering how the economy is going to bounce back. On this note, thank you very much, New Patriotic Party. Shall we welcome the CPP, Convention People's Party, CPP.
Thank you very much. I'm here with my national organizer, Moses Yire Mambo Ambem. Your Excellency, Comrade John Dramani Mahama, Mrs. Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman, Chairman of Osu Ampofo, our own General Esiedu Inketia, General Mosquito. All other protocols observed. We bring greetings and felicitations from the Convention People's Party, its chairman and leadership. The National Democratic Congress was the first party to rule this country in the Fourth Republic. Now you have come of age, and today is your National Delegates Congress. It is clear and evident that in the political dispensation of this nation, you have matured. But you should always remember that no matter your role in the Fourth Republic and Ghana, the Convention People's Party will always be the mother of all political parties in Ghana, including the NDC. Indeed, even His Excellency, Comrade John Dramani Mahama, is our son. That's right. Today, as you embark on this journey of choosing officers to steer the affairs of your party, remember that Revo is good. To change thoughts and mindsets, to bring about the needed change and transformation for the good of this nation and mankind. But when Revo turns into a show of metal and fist cuffs, then it becomes woefully unacceptable. As a party, you should promise yourself that whatever happened at the Women and Youth Conference in the Central Region should never be allowed to happen again in your existence as a party. The CPP believes that such incidents are not good for the development of our democracy. The NDC should do well to plan and ensure that whatever they do is well tabled and documented for the benefit of prosperity. As a party, you touted your success in infrastructural development, but could not articulate to Ghanaians what exactly the length and breadth of these projects were. Some articulation of these projects to the people of Ghana would have been good. After all these projects were made for us. I do not agree with General Esiedun Ketia that you should not be in IPAC. You need to participate in the proceedings of IPAC. We miss you very much. You have to be there. You cannot sit on the fence and take decisions. It is time for us as a nation to have one common agenda and plan aimed at putting Ghana in the center of events, not parochial interests, aimed at looking at the needs of cronies and friends. In fact, this phenomenon is very common in our political system and must be expunged completely. We should, above all, see competence as a major panacea to our economic development. We as a people should resist the rule of the oppressor, which today is poverty, which today is corruption, which today is conflict of interest, which today is nepotism. With all our strength and with all our might, as enjoined by our national anthem, Ghana is bleeding. Ghana is hemorrhaging. We need to come together as a nation to salvage this country. This can only be done if Ghanaians consider to vote the CPP as the only option for economic transformation and growth, development. Indeed, the CPP holds the key to that effect, and indeed, we are a government in waiting. Sure. As you choose your leaders today, your national leaders to lead your party, do remember the whole world is watching to see what happens at this arena. Let the best man win. Let the victor be happy and jubilate towards a good cause. Let the vanquished lose gallantly, but above all, remember you are one people with a common purpose and a goal. Let victors ensure that they work closely with the vanquished to improve inclusiveness. This would cut the syndrome of winner takes all, which is always not good for party cohesion and comradeship. We wish you a fruitful and successful National Delegate Congress, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Nanaya Jantwa is the General Secretary of the Convention People's Party. Let's now welcome PNC, the People's National Congress. The People's National Convention.
With us here are the national executives of the People's National Convention, and I am Mark Ewusi Ako, the National Youth Organizer. On my left is Audu Ishak, the National Communications Director of the party. Behind me is Hidayah Ibrahim, the National Women's Organizer of the party. And on my right is Masinga. He is the Upper West Regional Organizer. Too sure. To the right. Too sure. To the right.
Honorable Chairman, Your Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, National Executives of the National Democratic Congress, the Honorable Minority Leader, and Honorable Members of Parliament, the Development Corps, delegates, fellow sister party representatives, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you fraternal greetings from our leader, Honorable David Apasara, and National Chairman, Honorable Moses Daniba, and the entire leadership and membership of the People's National Convention. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you on this auspicious occasion of your National Delegates Congress, a very special feature in the calendar of the NDC. Today's event, as we are all aware, is intended to afford you the opportunity to elect the leadership of your party to better position yourselves as a leading and critical political player going into the very crucial elections of 2024. It is trite knowledge that pluralism is the bedrock of multi-party democracy and good governance. As such, we in the PNC cherish highly the relationship that exists between us as political parties with ideological similarities bordered on socialist orientation. The opportunity given us to be part of an occasion like this goes a long way to enhance political tolerance, which is very essential in building a united nation needed for the realization of our collective dream as one people with a common destiny. Yes. Comrades and friends, the economic hardships and the unbearable living conditions confronting the average Ghanaian today, occasioned by the mismanagement and incompetence of this underperforming and underwhelming government, has made it imperative for the opposition to fashion out ways and means of toppling the clueless and insensitive New Patriotic Party in 2024 as the surest way of offering some hope, reprieve, and relief to the suffering masses. The PNC will at all times stand on the side of the masses whenever the need be, as demonstrated in the critical years of election 2000 as well as election 2008. The 2024 elections would not be any different given the exigencies of our time. We are enjoined to call on the minority, led by the indefatigable Honorable Haruna Idrisu, to go the extra mile in holding the feet of government to the fire in keeping trust with the Ghanaian people. We are enjoined to call on the delegates of the National Democratic Congress to use this occasion to elect people with integrity, proven character, and competence to complement our collective resolve in ensuring that we offer the best possible alternative to the good people of Ghana, as what we witnessed today is nothing to write home about. We thank you for the opportunity, and we wish the National Democratic Congress the best of today's event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Shall we welcome the PPP? PPP.
Yaka PPP what's one kade ya son PPP ya son another party papa. His Excellency the former President of the Republic of Ghana, his running mate, Chairman of NDC and the executives, all protocols observed. I bring you greetings from the National Committee of the Progressive People's Party. We have come to wish you well on this day that you are electing your national executives. The PPP has started discussion in forming alliance with all like-minded Ghanaians to wrestle power in 2024 under the most difficult times that we are facing as a nation. The alliance will become the voice of the voiceless to work to create, to curb unemployment in the nation. We will stop singing the negative phrases of asking the youth to pull themselves up by the bootstrap when indeed the youth do not have a boot to wear, nor the strings to pull on. We have watched alarmingly as the minority in parliament has asked for the finance minister to step aside and to go for a vote of censure. We have watched in astonishment that the majority have also asked their president to sack the finance minister. But we sit here today and nothing has happened. I am asking clergy, the Islamic community, all alternative parties, to help me in asking the finance minister to step down on moral grounds. He has failed this nation, and the fact that he is there, his company has benefited from loans to this nation, is something that is embarrassing to all of us as Ghanaians. It is embarrassing on the international community that the wanton borrowing has been a result because he, the finance minister, wants to benefit with the specific companies. He must step down on moral grounds. The PPP believes that after the finance minister steps down on moral grounds, the following decisions must be taken to build a better Ghana. We must stop borrowing. Number one, we must stop borrowing. Number two, do not start any new projects. Complete what has already been started. Suspend all non-essential projects like the National Theatre. In times of difficulty, this is not a priority project for this nation. Cut the executive cost by 60%. Reduce the number of ministers to 14 and the deputy ministers no more than 35. Cut down on the Jubilee House staff by 60%. Ban importation of non-essential goods, not just BOG refusal to provide forex. Reduce taxes to encourage domestic production. Restore indigenous financial institutions whose license were wrongly taken away. Evidence have shown that competitors were targeted and their businesses destroyed. But little did you know, little did you understand that the Ghanaians who were working, that you have sent home, you have not been able to provide any alternative employment for those Ghanaians. And you stand there with egg on your face. You have not been able to show any tangible reason why you did this, outside the fact that the finance minister, who is a referee, is also a player. And so he's asking us to cut 40% of our savings. Do you know who he's having the meetings with? He's having the meetings with management of Data Bank, because the director of SEC worked with him in Data Bank. So he's doing a personal management meeting in doing what he does to Ghana. Ghana has suffered for far too long. We wish the NDC well. By any chance, if the NDC gets to that Jubilee House before us, we ask them to consider what we have put here as the policy of the Progressive People's Party. Thank you very much. PPP, yes sir. PPP, yes sir. PPP, yes sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PPP. The last on my list is GCPP. GCPP.
Chairman of Congress,
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I want to stand on existing protocols to bring you greetings from the great Consolidated Popular Party and the leader and chairman, Dr. Henry Herbert Lati. Today marks a very important period for you all as delegates of the great NDC. You owe all of us as Ghanaians a duty and an obligation to present a formidable alternative to rescue us from the current state of our economy that is facing unprecedented inconsistencies and hardships. And you cannot do that unless you integrate the principles of domestication propounded by the late Dan Lati. As politicians, we have created our own deadly phenomenon known as attack dogs and unleashed them onto our opponents. We need to tread cautiously as these attack dogs turn around to bite us hard during our internal campaigns and create deep cracks that sometimes are unrepairable. To delegates and aspirants, I say, burn walls and not bridges. As you go into these elections, you are now coaches, and you need to select the players that are worthy enough to face your opponents. Think about this. We have a country to save and a people to govern. Politics is about exchange of ideas and not insults. We need to understand that we have our value system and culture as a people, which we need to guard jealously. As I prepare to launch my operation, Insult is un-Ghanaian, I want you all to join me to end the era of political antagonism and chart a new path of debating on issues and exhibiting decorous in our public discourse, for the younger ones are watching and learning from all of us. We the GCPP wish you well, and I say, know that at this time you need a strategist. At this time you need a vision leader who knows and understands the issues that will confront us in 2024. Long live the NDC, long live GCPP, long live our mother Ghana, and make her great and strong. We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, GCPP. I've just been told that APC has joined us. APC.
I am Mordecai Chombeano, the General Secretary of the All People's Congress. With me here is our National Women's Organizer in the person of Bleach Sosu, the Deputy National Communication Officer, Donald Jemasi, and our National Coordinator, Abdul Rauf. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama, Minority Leader Honorable Haruna Idrisu, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament, candidates, delegates, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. We bring you greetings from our founder and leader, Dr. Hassan Ayarga, and the entire membership of the All People's Congress, APC. Today marks yet another important day in the history of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, and we are here to wish you well. Ladies and gentlemen, the ability of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, to either make or break in the 2024 election depends on the decision of delegates today and how well the party can resolve its eternal wrangles to become united, resolute in preparation towards the 2024 general elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the current economic situation and the suffering of Ghanaians is unbearable. Indeed, our nation is in crisis. I repeat again, indeed, our nation is in crisis. Economic conditions are worsening every day due to bad leadership. We have all seen the huge wastage of government resources, the unprecedented corruption and mismanagement. We have recorded the highest inflation in our history and a huge debt stock. Now we are at the IMF seeking for a bailout. Ladies and gentlemen, the appreciation of the cedi is meaningless unless it is linked with a total reduction on the prices of goods and services, foodstuffs, and transport fares. Ladies and gentlemen, as you prepare to elect your leadership today, we urge all delegates to vote for people with more brains than more money. Vote for leaders based on merits and track records, devoid of tribal, personal, and religious sentiments. We hope you make the right decision to face the All People's Congress, APC, in the 2024 general elections. That notwithstanding, the All People's Congress, APC, is coming with a full political arsenal to win power in the 2024 general election. We wish every candidate today the best of luck. Merry Christmas to everyone. Long live Ghana. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. We bring solidarity messages from political parties to an end. At this moment, the leader of the proud 137 that you got for us to champion the cause of this country is here to speak to you. I invite the minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, together with the minority chief whip and deputy minority leader. Thank you.
I need my phone. This is perfect. Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, even as we subject the party to a competitive democratic process, I still believe irrebutably that he remains a presumptive nominee to lead the party into the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. The national chairman of our party, national chair of our Council of Elders, the General Secretary, very respected members of our Council of Elders, very distinguished delegates of the National Democratic Congress. How gratifying it is this afternoon to address you on behalf of the NDC Parliamentary Minority Group, the gallant 137 members of Parliament who are doing their utmost best to position the NDC as a credible, worthy alternative government. I bring to you warm felicitations from the entire caucus, which is united to work around the leadership of our party to save this country, to save our economy from President Nana Addo Dankwa's misrule and misgovernance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in every civilized democracy, there is what we call the essential ingredients of the democratic process. One of it is that there is freedom of expression, freedom of speech, built on the foundations of what is referred to as an independent electoral commission. One of the requirements again is an independent media that regulates and reports the affairs of states. Ladies and gentlemen, as I address you, we should be mindful that the decisions we take as a party, in particular the election of our national officers, have implications for our party's future. We will be committing the most unpardonable political sin if we fail to unseat the new patriotic party come December 2024 to end the misery that they have subjected us to. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to limit myself to attempts by the new patriotic party government in cohort with the Electoral Commission of Ghana to deny Ghanaian citizens legitimate guaranteed constitutional right under Article 42 of our Constitution, which guarantees the right of every citizen of 18 years and above to be on the electoral roll and to be registered as a voter. Is it not significant that since the inception of multi-party democracy under the Fourth Republic, the Electoral Commission of Ghana under Jean Mensa has failed to operationalize Article 42 of the 1992 Constitution by way of periodic annual voters registers exercise? Since 2020, Ghanaians who have attained the age of 18 into 2021, 2022, and probably even to the early years of 2023 have not been given the opportunity to be registered as voters. We simply in the NDC cannot understand this, and we have a duty to defend the constitutional ideals, and in particular Article 42 of our Constitution. Is it also not instructive that they are masquerading to deny us of a deserved victory in the 2024 elections when we are told that they want to use the Ghana card as basis for electoral register? First of all, we know that the Electoral Commission of Ghana under Article 45, 46, 47 of the Constitution is not subject to the direction of any person, control, or organization, but at least the National Identification Authority is not such independent. The current voter register has a population of 17 million Ghanaian people. The total registered persons under the National Identification Authority is 16.7 million. Let someone reconcile this for me when you say you want to use the national ID card for basis of an electoral register where there is discrepancy between what is on your electoral roll as registered by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, distinct and different from what is on the national ID card roll. Significant for me to add that, for instance, in Ashanti region, out of 3.5 million, only 3.2 cards have been issued, representing 91.4%. In the Ahafo region, out of 675,198 cars issued, 271, representing 40.2%. In the northern region, out of 1.3 million, only 840,000 cars have been issued, representing 64.46%. In the central region, you have 1.8 million against 1.5. Ladies and gentlemen, as we address this Congress, President Nana Addo Dankwa has not only failed by creating an economic mess, he has also gone ahead to create what you call a foreign policy crisis for our country. Those of you who listen to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former foreign minister of our republic, former attorney general, he simply failed momentarily to have impulse control and to ensure balance between foreign policy and the security of our state when he openly condemned Burkina Faso and mentioned the Wagner Group of Russia. I have information that our ranking member of Foreign Affairs and our members on the Foreign Affairs Committee will ask for detailed briefing to Parliament on this reckless, irresponsible, unprofessional statement by the President of our Republic. If he cannot provide us with food, he should not let them bring guns on us as a country. And as I said, the NDC, we need to work together, we need to work together, and we need to redeem this country. The state of our country is simply one. As many of you have witnessed, Excellency John Dramani Mahama in 2016 to 2017 left a debt of 170 billion, now increased 120 billion Ghana cedis. January 2017, it was reported by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as colossal. Today, our public debt is in the region of over 450 billion Ghana cedis. That has occasioned what he denied when he said there will be no haircut, and we are now hearing a debt exchange program. So to the new patriotic party persons who just appeared before Congress to solidarize with us, your joy and celebration over the appreciation of the city may be short-lived. So don't over-celebrate. Inflation is still at 50%. Cost of living is still high. Cost of goods and services is still high. You are not able to determine even public sector wages. And now the minimum wage is 14.8 cedis, and a loaf of bread is 25 Ghana cedis. This can only happen under the non-performing party headed by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. What the NDC needs to do is to work together. We expect delegates to conduct themselves well and elect national officers that will partner our flag bearer, who eventually may be elected in March, to cruise the party to victory. The youth and women wing of our party remains the wing of that Falcon aircraft that will fly the party to victory. I therefore urge our youth and women's wing to demonstrate discipline, mutual respect for each other, and fly the party to victory with the national executives to be elected today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I need not take credit, but to say that at least we increase together working with all of you and the national executives of our party, we increase the number of elected MPs of the party from 106 to 137 of a hung parliament. A hung parliament that we are doing our utmost best to ensure that at least going into the future, my major concern and worry, and Congress must begin finding answers to it, the NDC must begin finding answers to it. What kind of economy is John Dramani Mahama likely to inherit in 2025? What kind of governance are we to provide? The Ghanaian people expect nothing but meaningful governance that respects their security and safety, and governance that shares the opportunities of our country. But at least we are certain that Excellency John Dramani Mahama will not run a nepotistic government. We are now being told that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, his war against corruption is in tatters. Even the special prosecutor he appointed has not been paid for 6 months, 16 months. And he himself have gone on to do appointments that offense Section 21 of the Special Prosecutor Act and Article 195 of the Constitution. Charity, they say, begins at home. We expect all of them to demonstrate fidelity to the law and fidelity to the Constitution of Ghana. Let me, on behalf of the NDC caucus and on my own personal behalf, wish the 10th National Delegates Congress every success and wish you all travel messages back. God bless us all and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader, the Honorable Thank you very much. Haruna Idrisu is the Minority Leader. He came here with his leaders and he leads the gallant 137 members of Parliament. Now moving on to the Council of Elders. Let's welcome the Chairman of our Council of Elders, Alhaji Mahama Idrisu.
NDC. Respond. NDC. NDC.
Choboy. 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 NDC. NDC. NDC.
The chairman of this 10th Ordinary Delegates Congress of our dear party, the National Democratic Congress, the former president and flag bearer of the 2020 general election, the running mate for the 2020 general elections, members of the diplomatic corps, delegates of this Congress, representatives of fraternal parties, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to welcome all to this August assembly of the party to take stock and take very important decisions for the party for the next 4 years of the life of the party. The last 4 years have been very challenging, but the party has managed to pull through. The positive lessons learned from those challenges should be brought to bear on the decisions that we as delegates shall take at this Congress. At this Congress, we should elect people based on the ideals and values of the party. We should choose people who will strive for unity of the party and people who will sacrifice for the party. Let's choose people respect the constitution of the party and people who will believe in probity and accountability. Above all, who we choose to put the party above their individual interests. Let us put aside any controversies that are likely to degenerate into unnecessary conflicts, so at the end of this Congress, the party will come out stronger and more united to assume reins of government come 2024. NDC, unity, stability, and development. I wish you all a successful Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alhaji Mahama Idrisu, the chairman of Council of Elders of the Great National Democratic Congress. Your speech was straight and direct and is matching us to prepare for power. As we continue with the program, the administrative history of NDC Chobwe. So I was informing you the administrative history of NDC has been compiled and is in a huge book form. For the 20 years of 1992 to 2012, anything and everything about the party is in there. It was selling at 1,000 Ghana cedi per copy, but courtesy this Congress is been reduced to 700 Ghana cedi per copy, so that as many of you as possible will return home with a copy, so you can have the history of this party in handy. You will know that in 1992, we were in Cape Coast to have our first Delegates Congress. In 1994, we were in Kumasi in the Ashanti region for the second. In 1996, we went to Sunyani in the then Brongahafo region for the third. In 1998, we were in Sekandi, Takrady for the fourth. We continued to Volta region for a special conference that was not an ordinary delegate congress. In 2002, we met at the trade fair in Greater Accra. Then in 2005, we were at Eridek Hotel in the Eastern region. In 2010, we went to Tamale in the then Northern region. Then in 2014, we went back to Kumasi in the Ashanti region to have another Congress. 2018 brought us to Trade Fair Fantasy Dome in Accra. And then this time around, we have assembled again in Greater Accra to have our Congress at the Accra Sports Stadium. At this point, at this moment, we have reached the peak of the speeches. I have the honor of inviting I'm told a little amendment to our program, and that a group that has done so well has applied for affiliation. The affiliation has gone through the various stages. It's left with the final stage that this Congress will have to adopt. We have the Director of Legal in the person of Lawyer Abraham Amaliba to lead that process of having this group properly accepted by the party. I invite Lawyer Amaliba, Director Legal of the National Democratic Congress, to do us that honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kofi. I move the motion for the adoption of the resolution for the affiliation of Professional Forum of the NDC, otherwise called Pro Forum. The National Executive Committee, NEC, having received an application for affiliation by NDC Professionals Forum, and having on the 19th of September 2022 issued a provisional affiliation approval, do hereby recommend by resolution for the consideration that Pro Forum be fully affiliated to the NDC on the following terms. 1. Pro Forum shall pay annual subscription fee to be determined by NEC. And 2. Pro Forum shall be entitled to select and present 10 of its members as delegates to the National Delegates Congress. This will be seconded.
Mr. Chairman of the Steering Committee of Congress, I stand here to second the motion ably moved by Comrade Abraham Amaliba. And in doing so, I wish to make a few comments about Pro Forum. Indeed, the Pro Forum is a body which was established after the 2016 general elections, and part of the outcome of the Dr. or Professor Kwesi Boatwell report, we recommended that the NDC needed certain professional bodies to support it. As a result of which, the Pro Forum started preparing itself as a body which will be affiliated to the NDC. Even before the formal affiliation, the Pro Forum has proved itself very, very useful to the NDC by supporting the NDC in various ways. Indeed, the philosophy of the Pro Forum, its aims and objectives are very similar and acceptable to the NDC. And so we have no problem in accepting the affiliation of Pro Forum. The NDC has no difficulty in accepting the affiliation of the Pro Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore wish to recommend your endorsement of this particular motion. On the basis of that, I second this motion. Thank you very much.
The motion to accept Pro Forum as an affiliated body has been moved and has been seconded. Now I'll put the question. As many people as want Pro Forum to be included in our program, affiliated to us, say aye. Aye. As many as don't want Pro Forum to be affiliated, say no. Ladies and gentlemen, the ayes have it. So Pro Forum is now an affiliated group to the NDC. Thank you very much. So I'll call on the leadership of Pro Forum to approach the dais. I also want to invite Alhaji Mahama Idrisu, the chairperson of the Council of Elders, to approach
the days and present to Pro Forum the certificate of affiliation. So we have Alhaji Mohammed Yusuf here. Alhaji Mohammed Yusuf will do us the honors. Will do us the honors by presenting to the leadership of Pro Forum a certificate of affiliation. Yes, thank you, Alhaji. Thank you. So that's the certificate. We all see it. Pro Forum is now an affiliate of the NDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Abraham Amaliba, for performing this very important function. So henceforth, Pro Forum has become part and parcel of the NDC, right from the very top to the bottom base of the party. Please listen to this announcement. All those persons occupying the red seats are asked by the security to come down and take the yellow seats. You are not to sit up there. You are considered a security risk to those sitting down. You are therefore to move down. If you are up, please start moving and get to the yellow seats. Nobody is expected to sit on the red seats here, especially those to my left, those directly in front of me, and any behind me. You are not supposed to occupy any of the red seats, apart from those that we have at the VIP stand. The rest of the red seats are not to be occupied. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Canada chapter that is represented at this 10th Delegate Congress of NDC. Canada, you are welcome. Thank you so much. I recognize the presence of a number of diplomats representing their various countries at this Congress. I cannot mention you individually, but we recognize your presence and we thank you so much for coming and having confidence in us. I therefore now continue to invite the apex, the final, the ultimate address to Congress. The address that will open the way for us to move into the next phase of Congress. The address that will open the way to lead us into election offices that will lead the party to victory in 2024. I have the privilege, the honor that you have given me as members of this great party to invite our great leader, some of you, your great dad and son, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. With a round of applause, let's welcome him. Let's make the noise as we enjoy the music. Let's make the noise. Let's make the noise. Let's make the noise. As we welcome him, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Thank you. His
Ezu, Eza, Ezu, hey, hey, hey. Thank you very much, all of you. Chairman of the Council of Elders of our great party, members of the Council of Elders, National Executive Committee members, our running mate for the 2020 election, leader of the NDC group in Parliament, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and your members of Parliament, our national chairman, our general secretary, fellow colleagues from sister parties, members of the NDC diaspora who have paid airfares to be here with us. I appreciate you, and delegates. I wish to warmly welcome all of you to this 10th Congress of the National Democratic Congress. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to our sister parties for the fraternal messages that they brought. I think the messages were well thought through, and I consider them to be the keynote addresses of this Congress. Thank you very much, members of our sister parties. I start this speech with one quotation from the Bible, and that's Romans 8:31. And it says, if God be for us, who can be against us? And then another quote from a very famous hymn, Begone Unbelief, and that is the end of the first stanza, which says, with Christ in the vessel, I smile at the storm. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all too soon, 4 years have elapsed since we last gathered to elect leaders to various national executive positions of the party. With that mandate having expired and as required by our constitution, we have gathered here once again at the Accra Sports Stadium to elect another crop of leaders into office to manage the affairs of this party for the next 4 years. Today's election represents the final piece that will complete the party's management and administrative structure, and it comes after an elaborate and comprehensive restructuring and reorganization exercise spanning the last 2 years. In that period, we have democratically elected over 300,000 branch executives, over 7,000 constituency executives, and 300 regional executives. Exactly a week ago today, the National Youth and Women's elections were held successfully in Cape Coast, and I wish to use this opportunity to congratulate all who took part in that exercise. To those who won the elections, I say well done. And to those who could not realize their objectives of occupying national executive positions, I congratulate you nonetheless, for it takes real courage to step up to the plate and offer yourself for leadership in any organization. You live to fight another day. I note that in the period preceding those elections and its immediate aftermath, a series of regrettable exchanges ensued which threatened to detract from the larger objective of consolidating our front and preparing for the greater task of wresting the leadership of this country from this bungling and inept NPP government. I have, in conjunction with various elders of the party, moved to resolve the differences that gave rise to these exchanges, and I'm gratified to see that calm and normalcy has gradually returned to the youth front of our party. I'll reiterate the counsel I gave to those involved in these exchanges that victory or defeat in internal contests should not provide the basis for feuds as they serve no purpose than advancing the interests of our opponents. The NDC possesses adequate organizational capacity and acumen to resolve internal disputes. Hence, it should be possible to iron out our differences of any sort emanating from any form of contact without waging a war of attrition against each other. I've observed, though to a much lower extent, similar sharp rhetoric and exchanges in some of the contestations leading up to today's election. And I want to urge an appeal for restraint and demonstration of maturity, which we have exhibited many times over, even as we go through today's important exercise. I expect that the period during and after these elections would be peaceful and cordial, and that we can immediately set about the task of preparing the party to our next power from the MPP to offer sound and proper governance for this country. This party brims with the democratic spirit, and we have withstood many intense and highly competitive elections, and we have emerged unscathed. Perhaps the most memorable of these elections, internal elections, was the 2011 presidential primaries, which was famously dubbed the Fonka Games. While speaking at that primary in Sunjani, at the time I was the Vice President of the Republic, I had chosen to tell our teaming party supporters a legendary folk tale of the three birds, Tika, Taka, and Gangale, who through cooperation and unity gained prominence and fame in their community through their harmonious rendition of melodious tunes. With their three different voices rising in unison, they wowed their audiences with their superlative performances. No sooner had they achieved fame than arrogance, pride, and envy caused them to go their separate ways. Now their combined voices, which once rose in those melodious tunes, gave way to solitary, jangling, and discordant sounds, which drew them scorn and opprobrium from the same crowd that had doted on them previously. They soon fell from their lofty perch as the most admired group in their community. The gravamen of that tale, I told over a decade ago, is that in unity lies strength. And this still rings eternal, and it appropriately captures the danger of allowing ourselves to be torn apart by avoidable conflict and disunity. Individual aspirations and interests must be subsumed under the larger interest of the NDC and our dear country Ghana, which is in dire need of rescue from the hopelessness and the dark abyss that we have been thrown into by this government. What is taking place today is not just an election to determine who occupies what position in the top echelons of the NDC. What we're doing here today would amount to a declaration of intent by us to lead the broad masses of Ghanaians in one big push to dislodge this government, which has been abject and dismal in the governance of this country at the next polls in 2024. This is an absolute national imperative, and we cannot fail at it. At this point, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate the hundreds of thousands of friends, supporters, and members who responded to my call to support our fundraising for this 10th National Delegates Congress. Even though our call for support came rather late, I'm happy to announce to you that through small mobile money payments of 10 Ghana cedis each, donations and deposits into our National Congress account, we received a total of 1,083,000 cedis in 12 days. This is a demonstration of the love Ghanaians generally and members of the NDC have for our party and the worthy cause we're embarked on. I also wish to express my appreciation through this medium to other donors who wish to remain anonymous, but who helped us to make up the shortfall in our budget for this Congress. We also received material donations, including bags, thousands of bags of water, rice, event logistics, and other non-monetary gifts to support the Congress. To all such donors, I stand on behalf of the party and say to you, Ayiko, thank you. I want to use this opportunity to demonstrate to all that there's a fundamental responsibility on our part, especially as executives and party supporters, to help finance the party. We cannot leave party financing on the shoulders of just a few people. To buttress this point, I wish to pay tribute and salute our chairman of Trifu Ati Mokwa constituency in the central region, Mr. Hakim Adai, who I noticed while going through the list of people who donated to this Congress. Mr. Hakim Adai, chairman of Atimokwa Central Region, made a cash donation of 10,000 Ghana cedis through his local GCB branch to our Congress account. Mr. Hakim Adai, I salute you. Thank you very much. And I wish to personally meet you, to shake hands with you after this opening ceremony. So look out for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the good people of Ghana have suffered 6 years of appalling misrule, corruption, waste, arrogance, nepotism, and abuse of office, human rights violations, and economic mismanagement never before seen in our history. Pain and anguish have swept through the land and left in their wake a people buffeted on all fronts who need all the inspiration and hope we can muster. 6 years of reckless and irresponsible mismanagement of the economy has rendered our people broken and struggling to survive from one day to the next. The Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government have supervised the worst economic conditions in several decades and brought upon us hardship that an entire generation of our population has never witnessed before in all our existence. The life savings of Ghanaians, their business capital, their pensions, and the very survival of our commercial banks and insurance companies are threatened by the first debt restructuring ever undertaken by our country. And this is because of the reckless borrowing of the finance minister and the economic management team led by His Excellency the Vice President. 0% in 2023, a measly 5% and 10% interest will be paid in 2024 and 2025, respectively, with minimal installments of principals due for payment to be made over a 5 to 15-year period. Meanwhile, several individuals and pensioners cannot guarantee that they will be alive by 2037 to see the final 41% maturity of their principal. Our dear country Ghana, that has been a poster boy of democracy, good governance, and economic progress, stands on the brink of bankruptcy and economic ruin. Yet, we have a president who enjoys spouting the rhetoric of self-respect and restraint from begging Western nations for support. And yet he has spent the last several weeks on the telephone with Western leaders, asking them to beg the IMF to grant Ghana the recently announced staff-level agreement for an extended credit facility. Our dear nation has never been so put to shame and come close to being a beggar nation as we are today. And yet, this is the same person who only yesterday said, Ghana enye ohiamai, yet isikaso ekom diye. NPP government has done the worst to erode the belief of Ghanaians in our democracy. Many Ghanaians see their situation as hopeless and are willing to take the hazards of dying in the Mediterranean Sea or electrocution on a high-tension transmission line in Kaswa. But countrymen and women, let us not despair. They say the darkest hour is before the dawn. And they also say, in every adversity, we find opportunity. And Bob Marley also says, when one door is closed, another is open. Ghana shall rise to a new dawn. Part of the process of turning the fortunes of our dear nation around are what is taking place today at this Congress. Ghanaians are looking up to us not to become the next government by default as a result of the failure of this administration. Ghanaians are looking up to us to be the choice because we're a better alternative. We must not win by default of the lapses of this administration, but we must win because we are the better alternative to govern this country. And I've heard many people say that when we win power, we must do exactly as the MPP are doing. But I dare say, there's no use fighting for political power if we're going to commit the same mistakes and abuses the MPP has inflicted on Ghanaians. The NDC must be the government of infrastructure. The NDC must be the government that protects human rights. The NDC must be the government of economic prosperity and growth. The NDC must be the government of modesty and humility. The NDC must be the government that fights corruption and dissipation of public funds. The NDC must be the government of prudence and accountability. Our work is therefore cut out for us in the days, weeks, and months immediately following this National Congress. And therefore, we can ill afford to spend any time on unhelpful internal bickering. Let us get off our marks immediately and convince Ghanaians that in addition to our superior record in governing to that of the MPP, that we are ready to be the alternative government come 2025. The first step towards doing that is by proving that we can manage our own internal affairs and hold ourselves to an acceptable standard of behavior. And that is why I wish to reiterate my call on all of us here to be mindful of our actions and play our roles at this Congress peacefully so that we may leave here a more united and stronger force capable of leading the efforts to save Ghana from certain collapse under this MPP administration. I wish also at this juncture to repeat my position of neutrality in the various contests. Let me say again that I do not have any preferred candidate for any position. And I urge all delegates to vote based on your own appreciation of the messages of aspirants and their conviction about their capacity to work in the larger interest of the party. I stand ready to work with all those you elect to lead our great party and to contribute my quota to our objectives, which primarily revolve around saving this country and building the Ghana we want. We've gone through and passed this test many times, and I trust that we'll pass it again with flying colors this time too. Let me finally wish all aspirants the very best of luck as you go into this contest. All of you are winners in your own rights, and the courage you have demonstrated by offering yourselves in service to NDC and by extension Ghana is worth commending. As with the very nature of contest, there will be winners and there will be those who are unsuccessful in their attempt. I urge the winners to be gracious and conciliatory, and I also encourage those who do not make it to take it in their stride
And remember that there's more than enough room for everyone to contribute towards the success of the NDC. Whether or not you hold elected office in the NDC, there will always be a role for you to play in the scheme of things. And finally, before I take my seat, I wish to thank the Electoral Commission for coming to supervise this election in this Congress. I wish to thank the Ghana Police Service for providing security for this Congress. And I wish to thank the media who are giving us live coverage for all that you're doing for us. May God bless you, and I wish everyone a successful Congress. Thank you very much. But now, before we finish this session, when we go on break, we're coming back for the elections. But before we go, I wish to mention the name of some of our fallen comrades, after which we shall observe a 1-minute silence for them. And the first on the list is His Excellency J. John Rawlings, the founding father of the NDC. The late John Evans Atamils, former President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Kwesi Emisa Atta, my Vice President. Captain Kojo Chikata, Justice D.F. Annan, Mr. P.V. Obeng, Mr. Nathan Kwao, Professor Kofi Awono, our former Chairman, Dr. Kwabena J., our former Chairman, A.A. Munufie, and Alhaji Isifu Ali, Mr. J.H. Ousoi Champong, former Majority Leader, Mr. Farouk Brahma, Alhaji Kojo Mama Adams, Mr. Fred Ohenekina, Ambassador D.S. Boateng, Dr. Mary Grant, Dr. Atukwashi, Victor Salome, Dr. Kaiko, Albert Bosomche Sam, Ama Benyiwado, Difa Ativo, Samuel Nyama Donko, Jijote, Haji Ajibodi, Lionel Mobila, Oscar Meyedowo, Harry Sawyer, Charlie P., Alhaji Mobila, former Northern Regional Chairman. And only yesterday, I hear we lost A.U. Farouk of Tamale, a very outspoken supporter of the NDC. And of course, we also remember the 8 compatriots of us, Ghanaians, who were murdered in cold blood during the last elections of the year 2020. May God grant all of them, and the many others that I have forgotten to mention, may God grant them peaceful repose. And at this juncture, I ask all of you to rise wherever you are. Rise wherever you are. It also includes Professor Kwesi Botwe, who we lost only recently, Professor Kwesi Botwe. And so I ask you to rise wherever you are, and let's observe a minute's silence for them. Please, no vuvuzelas. Please silence, 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 silence. May the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for such a deep message delivered. Is to charge us and march us unto victory. Chobai! Chobai! We are Mizu! We are Miza! We are Mizuza! We are Mizazu. At this point, I invite my co-MC, Honorable Obobia Dako, to come and acknowledge some media houses. Thank you.
We are grateful to the media for joining us for today's event. As we come to the end of the very first part of today's event, we would like to acknowledge the presence of multimedia. Thank you very much. Despite Media, Class Media, City FM and City TV, Radio Gold, Ahoto FM, Power FM, Kofi TV, Sumpa Media, Atinka Media, Angel Media, and all radio stations across the country. Forgive us if your name hasn't been mentioned, but we acknowledge your presence and we really appreciate whatever it is that you have put out today. We also like to show appreciation to Silicon House Productions. Thank you very much, TV XYZ. And to the Wezo TV group, you guys are fantastic. What would we have done without you? We are live across the country and live around the world. Thank you very much, Wezo TV and the Event PR Company. On this note, Honorable Kofi Adams, we sign off for the first part as we take a short break.
Thank you so much. We are signing off. We are taking a break for 45 minutes. When we return, it is voting time. And we are not going to wait for you. If you are not here, we will start voting. And you know about that. If you don't come, your vote will not count. We want everybody's vote to count. So 4:20 p.m., we are back here to commence voting. Mobile phones will not be allowed in the voting area. You will not enter the booth with your phone. If you dare, your phone will be seized. And when it is seized, you may not have it back. So don't enter the voting arena with your phone when we return. Find somewhere for your phone. Thank you very much, and God bless us. Part 1 is over. Thank you.
The first part of the program has just ended, and we've heard the various speeches. The former President John Dramani Mahama just ended with all the assurances and the pledge to lead a country that will see us as one people with the common objective of helping us to improve on our lives. In his presentation, we also get the impression that the NDC has become more attractive today because within 12 days, the 10 pesos, the 20 pesos that people donated, he was able to raise over 1 million cedis, which gives hope that Ghanaians have the confidence in the NDC to lead Ghana and to govern this country from 2024. In the presentation by the former president, I see a well-captured phrase that rallies with the theme, which is about bringing the party members together and people who sympathize with the NDC because of their trust in the NDC and Ghana's hope. Where it talks about the fact that many people have been yearning for an NDC which will pay NPP back for all the bad things people have experienced under the leadership of President Nana Akufo-Addo. But former President Mahama says the issue about vengeance is not the objective of the NDC as it seeks for power. It will be a government whose interest will be to improve the lives of the people through the expansion of the infrastructure base of this country. It talks about a government which will look at the human rights of people, which will also be very modest and govern with humility, fight corruption, will not disrespect the views of others, bring all on board, will not dissipate public funds, and will be ready for probity and accountability. I've been joined by Daniel Amate, who is the member of the planning committee, a member of the elections committee, very active. I saw him in Cape Coast going up and down, and thankfully the elections in Cape Coast ended very successfully. And as we speak, he's here with us. I've seen EC officials who have come in their numbers. The EC officials who have come in their numbers with their ballot papers, they are set, and the second phase will get the EC taking over the Congress grounds to tell us the modalities before the elections take place. General Amate is a deputy director of elections of the NDC. He has joined us, so your portfolio is huge. Deputy director of elections. You are virtually in charge of everything because Elvis Afriyankra is a candidate, and therefore everything was in your hands. We are closer to the D-Day and the D action, that is the elections. Workers, what is the next stage of this program?
Well, I see, Eric, I can say that you can see that the EC has just begun setting up. The next phase is the election itself. After we return from break, after the 45 minutes break, we are going to have 17 voting centers. So you are expecting 163 voting booths. Because we have 9 positions being contested for, we are expecting that within 3-4 hours, voting should be over.
But that would be good. Within 3-4 hours.
Looking at the time, it's getting to 4. So roughly, even in the worst case scenario, if we start around 5, by 8 o'clock, voting should be over. Latest by 10, we should finish counting and declare the results.
But I've seen the EC officials moving tables and chairs almost round the stadium. I'm sure the cameras will be showing us the activity on the park. But what exactly are they are doing the setting up?
For the 17 zones. In fact, the city arrangement has been done in that order. So just after your zone, you just step on the
football pitch. All right.
You just step on the turf and then you vote. So you don't need to walk.
And what will be the pattern of the voting process? Because I've seen the delegate list and I've seen who are likely to be members of this list, coming from the Council of Elders through the former appointees,
national executives, our MPs, former appointees. In former appointees, we are talking about ministers, deputy ministers, MMDCs. We are talking about our former national officers. We have 137 MPs. And then we have our constituency executives, our regional executives. All of them have voting right. And then we have our international chapters.
That's those from diaspora.
Yeah, those from diaspora. They are also delegates. And then we have 510 executives from each of the 16 regions. So these are the compositions.
And that makes the 8,000, almost 9,000 delegates.
9,000, in fact.
Now 10,000.
As of today, no, it's 9,123 delegates.
9,123 delegates.
Yes,
so I was asking, they are all going to vote at the same time?
Yes, they are going to vote simultaneously in the 17 zones. We have grouped the regions. Some regions are stand-alone. A place like Volta region is standing on its own. Northern region, Eastern, Western region, Central. Eastern have been divided into 2. Greater Accra have been divided into 2.
And I'm told Ashanti
have been divided into 3. Then we have Per, Bono, and Ahafo. Then we have Oti and the Western North. Then we have Northeast and Upper West. These are how the pairing have been done.
So the EC officials, would they be calling the delegates to come and vote, or the delegates
will be
just
calling
vote there?
The constituency. So if you look at the way the delegates lists have been prepared, for instance, we have a place for national officers. That is where the Council of Elders will be voting. That is where our national officers will be voting. That zone have almost 137 delegates. They will be voting in that zone. All the zones, the region with the highest number is Central Region, 765. But averagely, we are talking about just around 500. Just 500. So I believe that within 3-4 hours, voting should be over.
Okay, so yesterday, another issue came up. Well, people, because I noticed this, I think in the central region, when the announcement suggested that if you are going to vote, they would have to check your ID card or your voters ID card. At this venue, when you approach the EC, when your constituency is called, what will the EC be looking out for to confirm that you are
the EC will be looking out for your voter ID first, and then your national ID. If you don't have the two, and you have your NDC biometric card, which also have your picture, you are ready to go.
Okay, so thank you very much, Daniel Amate.
Thank you
for the conversation.
I'm very grateful.
You have a difficult job.
Thank you.
And before you go, so it means that at this stage, you don't have power again. Everything is now in the hands of the EC.
We are here to formally hand over to the EC. We are going to help them do the setup, and then we'll do formal handover by mentioning the contestants. Once we mention the contestant, then we formally hand over to them.
So that means I've seen Dr. Srebwo Kweku here,
yes,
who's leading the EC team. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric.
I've seen Bevlo Latte moving out of the Congress grounds with Dr. Kwame Pepra. And then at this stage, this is the election center here at the Accra Sports Stadium. You recall that before the former president spoke, there were a number of speakers. The chairman of the party spoke, the general secretary spoke. There were solidarity message from the PPP, NPP, CPP, and there were some interesting remarks that I took from the presentations made. And of course, while they were being invited to come and speak, I also took a chronology of events as far as the NDC's national congresses are concerned. So in 1992, the first one was held in Cape Coast, 94 in Ashanti region, 96 in the Ibono region, then that is Sunyani, 1998 Sekendi, 2002 a special congress was held in the Volta region, 2005 the party descended at Eridek Hotel in the Eastern region, 2010 Tamale, 2014 Ashanti region Kumasi, 2018 Trade Fair Center in Kumasi, which we all witnessed here in Accra, the Fantasy Dome, and 2022 we are here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Randy will be joining us shortly, but let me walk you through what I took away from the presentations by the two major contestants, i.e. General Sedun Ketia and Samuel Oposampofo. All of them had this cutting through their presentation, the assurance that the NDC will come out united, the assurance that the naysayers, the skeptics, those who are spelling doom for the NDC or wishing doom for the NDC, they will be ashamed because after this Congress, they expect that having learned from previous experiences and knowing very well what is at stake going into 2024, they were going to shame the false prophets, if I want to take the exact words Samuel Oposampofo used, and said that those who think that there will be an Armageddon here, they should bow their heads in shame already, because the NDC knows what it is doing and the internal processes are working, is proud of it, and that whatever the NDC wants is unity, and that is non-negotiable. In the presentation of Johnson Asedun Ketia, he touches on the same thing and also pays tribute to fallen heroes within the party. Of course, he also talks about the fact that the NDC he has seen is most attractive today, and their wish is to recapture power in 2024. And what they wish to do is to see a party that is galvanized, and he has also pledged that the NDC will come stronger. He paid tribute to the parliamentary caucus and of course to the national executives of the party for the role they have played. Of course, he also talks about the effort the party put in, which saw some rejuvenation in the Ashanti and Eastern region where the NDC has not been doing well traditionally, and they brought together party stalwarts from all over the country who converged in these two regions to do the underground work. Randy has joined me. Randy, I'm sure you listened through as the presentations were made. What were your takeaways?
Great, Eric, thank you. I think that, let me begin with what Ashimo said, because he happens to be the host. Now, he mentioned the fact that as part of their success story, they inherited quite a lesser number of seats back then. But in 2020, they've been able to add more seats, making it somewhere around 20 seats. But their targets for the year 2024 is that they'll be able to add some more 5 seats to make it 25 in the Greater Accra region. That is one takeaway that the party should pay much attention to going into forward. Now, the question is that what really went into the claiming of those seats? to make it up to the 20 seats they have now. I think they actually had 16 before the 2020 election. So what really went into it? What did the party do to get it right to make it 20? So going forward into the 2024 elections, indeed, much attention must be paid to the very things they did. Because mind you, the NPP is also poised. You listen to their communicators, they mentioned that, look, they are going to reclaim some of the lost seats they lost in Greater Accra. So it's going to be a dilly-dally kind of, a ding-dong affair when it comes to the battle in the Greater Accra region. But that is my takeaway from what Ashimon said. Now let's come back to the two-horse race. Chairman Ampufu, what he said. One thing that enthused me is the fact that he made mention of the fact that at the end of the day, we should all embrace the fact that NDC won. There should be that unity because there is that big and tall hurdle in 2024, and that is going to be a great stride for them to do. And that simply tells you that the NDC, one way or the other, is really positioned to reclaim power in 2024. Now, when it comes to Johnson Asiedu Nketia also, he also mentioned the fact that there should be unity. At the end of the day, we are one. And the party is actually a united front. When you are united, definitely you'll be able to break barriers. But when you have so much division in the party, it becomes quite difficult to even get the main agenda. So for me, these have been some of the things that I picked from what these two men said. Now you speak about what President John Mahama said. He also spoke about the unity to a large extent, and also what I took out of what John Mahama said has to do with the fact that he was able to remember the gone souls, the roles these people have played for the party. And one person he mentioned, and I was so much elated when he mentioned, was Honorable Jifa Akwativo, who died and buried last year. And for a fact that the president the former president could still remember her, tells you that the woman actually played a major role in the administration of John Mahama.
And in the presentation, there were ordinary people perceived to be ordinary members of the party, including the one who passed
A.U. Farouk, for instance. Yes, he was able to remember such a name as well.
This is the beauty about politics, political activism, commitment towards the party, the seats you sow, and how the party will remember you. I believe there are other people who have passed and their names were not mentioned. But these are people who stand tall. You know, sometimes in such groupings, people come around, they pretend to love the party, but their core interest is about self-interest, what they take away from the positions they may get, and that's about it.
Yeah.
The party may have been in opposition since 2016, but I can tell you that between 2016 and now, those whose ears or eyes are on the ground know executives who have demonstrated their commitment, who spend the last coin for the development of the party. Now, for those who have joined us, as we speak now, the EC officials will soon officially take over the second part of the Congress, which is the voting process. We are on break, and the delegates have been asked to go and have some lunch. After 45 minutes, they are converging here. While we speak, I'm sure you can see them on your screen. EC officials are setting the polling stations. We are told 17 of them will be ready, and they'll be voting simultaneously. The Director of Elections, the Deputy Director of Elections of the NDC, who's a planning committee member and a member of the Elections Committee, as far as this 10th NDC National Delegates Congress is concerned, says they hope that within 3 hours or 4 hours, if everything starts by 5 o'clock, voting would have ended. It gives me the indication that apart from Central Region or so, which has about 700 delegates, because they didn't break it into two. You know, Ashanti has been divided into 3 groups. Greater Accra, 2 groups, and I think one other region, 2 groups. So they hope that within 4 or 5 hours, that process will be over. So for many of us who assume that we may be going home Sunday morning, let's say 6, 7, 8 a.m., let's pray that this second phase of the process here goes on smoothly, and then we end the exercise. So those are the EC officials who are mounting their polling booths.
Eric, I went outside and spent close to 5 minutes at the main entrance. Trust me, security is up. Let's applaud the yeoman's job the police service is putting into the whole activity. They are ensuring that whoever comes into this place is thoroughly checked. the person has accreditation to enter. And also, yesterday, if you recall, we were told that if you have a tag that does not, allow you to use a particular gate, you'll be turned away. And exactly, I observed that. So, for instance, when you have the tag with the crew on it, and you use a different gate, you are going to be turned away to use the exact gate that you are supposed to use as a crew member. Same with the observers, same with delegates as well. So security aspect, trust me, it is top-notch, right from the main entrance down to the premises itself. Again, one thing I observed is the euphoria at the entrance. The party sympathizers, not necessarily the delegates or candidates, but just party sympathizers, the lovers of the NDC. How gingered they are at the entrance, chanting, singing here and there, tells you that there is something really, really, really at stake. I spoke with a few of them, and they say they want a change, and the change should definitely mean in 2024 there should be victory for the NDC party.
That sounds interesting, and don't forget that there were solidarity messages from the various political parties. The one that for me stood out was the presentation by the PPP, the Progressive People's Party. In fact, for them it is one of their policies, and they have sold it to the NDC that they are optimistic the NDC is likely to win the 2024 elections, because in the narrative he said in future when they also come, they will continue from there. And then he speaks to things that have been on the lips of many Ghanaians, including the former president, including the NDC as a party, and those who think that we are moving towards a wrong direction, and it's about time the government or the president of the day listens to the experts, listens to technocrats, listens to the voice of the masses to at least reverse the downward trend of the economy. He talks about stop borrowing. Stop borrowing would mean that we don't have to continue adding on to the public purse, i.e. how much we are able to raise to pay back the loans that we are borrowing. As we speak, we are in this crisis because we have overborrowed. The debt to GDP ratio is over 104%, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are. And then you're also saying that don't start new projects. Don't be over ambitious. Cut your coat according to your size, and then ensure that what you have, you use it judiciously. That is the import I make from that powerful statement he makes, and it was very brief. And he was also talking about the fact that suspend non-essential projects, and he makes reference to the National Cathedral project. And this particular one has been an issue that many people speak to. Look, it is like you have a home. As a father, you have a children of 4 children, 5 children, 6 children. You have some amount of money. You have school fees to pay. You have your house to paint. You have the car to fix. You have other things to do. And you ask yourself, which is my priority? School fees or food on the table, or going to build a new house? I don't care about the future of my children. If you are a responsible parent, you will say that in as much as they must put their head on a pillow in a place that you can call your own home, you think that if you plow that money in the future of the children, what you get at the end of the day is building the children, building their future, sustaining them for survival and their children's children, and at the same time, they will be in a position to build a house for you. So you have shelved one project, placed priority, and taken good decisions. They talk about the public purse, that it must be reduced. The expenditure is too much. So you cut your public purse by about 60%. And that is what everybody has spoken to. In fact, when the Trade Union Congress spoke recently, when they were complaining about the haircut, that they are not for it and government must rescind the decision or delist them from the institutions that are listed to be people who will be affected by the haircut. He said, look, the government must slash the size of its appointees. And here, PPP says that if you can reduce your number of ministerial appointees to 14, and even deputy ministerial appointees by half, you would have saved government so much that will give some relief to you and I. The MPP's narrative was basically to tease out the NDC that yes, we wish you well, but we can assure you that we are bent on breaking the 8, and therefore no matter what you do, we are ready for an open fight come December 2024. So it was a very nice exercise. I noticed that the NDC were trying to heckle the MPP by hooting at them, but that is the beauty of the democracy, because as they walked away, they were waving at themselves. I remember was it Otukuno who spoke at that event. And so these are the two major political parties. They have been here, and I'm sure they have taken lessons, just as NDC was at their event and took lessons.
Eric, one key thing you should also not forget is the fact that the PPP mentioned that if the NDC should get a nod in 2024, they should imbibe into their manifesto, into their plans, whatever they have put out today. So indirectly telling the next NDC government that all that we have stated should be part of what you should be doing when you should win power.
Yes, but the fact is, haven't followed the NDC in the 2020 elections, haven't monitored what they do throughout or what they did throughout the country, I can tell you that many of the things the PPP will consider as its policy have already been factored in the NDC's 2020 manifesto, which I believe will not be too different from the 2024 manifesto, because many of the things that they've spoken to are still relevant today. For example, youth, job creation. For example, industrialization of the country. For example, working 24 hours and making sure that we have a 24-hour economy and so on. I can vividly remember many things that were pledged, which sync with what the PPP is talking about. Look, I don't remember how many times, if I have to count, this call on government to cut down the size of government, to be very responsible in expenditure. I don't think that the promises that were made today, if the NDC is speaking to it, they will forget it tomorrow. Because when the former president spoke, I was carefully monitoring to see the assurances in the presentation he made. And I was comparing that to the theme, which is Rallying for Victory 2024, Ghana's Hope. And so he says that the mistakes that this government is making cannot be the mistakes NDC should make tomorrow, because people are recording everything and they will use it against you. And I believe that politicians are learning. And knowing him very well, after following him for a number of months, I can tell you that he means his words and he will live by it should the NDC win the elections in 2024.
Well, of course. So let's see how it pans out today in a few hours. Just like you did mention, and even from the MC, for instance, mentioned that after 45 minutes we should be coming back for the main event to commence. It's going to be a contest. In fact, Eric, campaign is still ongoing. When you get to the outskirts, I mean the undertones, the underground campaign is still ongoing. I don't know what the party rules says about that anyway, whether they are supposed to stop campaigning. I mean, today is the election day. Delegates should have their minds made up. I don't expect any delegate to have a different thought altogether at this moment. If you're a serious delegate, your mind should be made up at this time. But there is one thing you should also look at. You realize the cheers in the stadium.
Right.
The applause in the stadium. I mean, these are some of the things that I took out of the whole first phase of the event. When you got to candidate A, you saw how the fans reacted. When you got to candidate B, you realize how the fans also reacted. There were a few shots on the screen. You also realize how the fans, I mean, the delegates, the observers, and the people in the stadium reacted. Should that not send some signals?
Yes, it will, but, and let me borrow the words of the late Sir John, because this will come to live with us forever. Fear delegates. See, we have seen everything. The delegates are seated. Some, for some reason, may want to play along. Others may be quiet. And so for me, as an observer, until the elections are over and the results are declared, I will not be carried away by what I am observing, even though it gives you an idea about the signal on the ground. And some of these things even intimidate candidates. I've seen a couple of them who are moving around, just trying to catch people's eyes, trying to read people's body languages, waving unnecessarily at anything available, and everybody's putting on smiles on their face. Yes, they will do it. But, you know, elections and getting delegates to vote for you is about strategy. It's about trust. And I'm sure that the solidarity messages we've heard, the messages from even the candidates themselves who have had the opportunity to speak, the messages from let's say Hudu Yaya, Haruna Idrisu, and so on, many of the things they have said point to one fact, that delegates must look within, look at what the party wants, look at 2024, and look at how they can choose the best of the candidates. One of the panelists we had just before the presentation started took something out I saw very instructive. He said, if you look at the portfolio of the candidates going for the national chairmanship position, general secretary position, national organizer position, just as we saw for the youth and the women organizers, almost all the candidates are cut and qualified and can deliver. So if any of them had won or any of them will win today, it will show a difference. Some stand tall as we speak, especially for the general secretary and the national chairmanship position. And those who stand tall, I'm sure the party know them, and the party will vote for those who stand tall. But irrespective of that, it says that all those who are competing are good materials the party cannot throw away. And therefore, the party should be thinking of other roles these people will play after the elections to make their campaign team even more solid, so that when they are spreading these good hands, those outspoken people who are influencers at various levels within the party, can go out there and make sure that the 2024 elections will be an all-out thing once victory is smiling at them already because of how this government is performing.
I mean, that should be it. And Eric, let me just touch briefly on this too. When President Mahama came in, one thing he did that got people elated in the stadium, he walked around, waving at people, getting the attention of the people. And indeed, the people gave it back to him. When he was about speaking, the same teeming fans, it simply tells me that people are really craving for the comeback of President Mahama. People believe he's the savior. I'm going to ask you, is he the presumptive candidate?
He is the presumptive candidate. If you look at all the polls we saw over the last 3 months, they were not using any other candidate. They were using him. When he arrived here, I'm sure you saw it. When the presentations were being made, I saw movements and I was trying to catch persons I know when the cameras fall on them. I saw Dr. Kobna Dufour here, respected, accepted by the party, he's played his role. And I know I've seen posters of the former MC for Kumasi, Kojo Bonsu, and I've seen a couple of them around this stadium facility. I don't know whether he will declare eventually. I don't know whether he's testing the ground. But the fact is that everybody knows that going into the NDC presidential elections, it will be a done deal for the former president. Obviously, he has not announced his candidature, but it is obvious. If you listen to his speech, he was very confident, and he was almost speaking like somebody who knows where.
I thought he was going to use this opportunity to announce.
No, he cannot, because at this stage, the party is completing another phase of
its reorganization.
So after the election of the executives of the party, they will go back, swear in all the elected appointees of the party. Then the new executives of the party will now take over from the old executives when the handing over is done. Once that is done, they will then officially announce and set the stage for the presidential elections. We all know that they've given themselves up to March of next year, by which time they would have elected their flag bearer. I see what is yet to happen as another healthy competition. Obviously, some may be doing this just to make themselves relevant in the party. Of course, they are already relevant, but for strategic reasons, going into the future, what it means for them. But because we are not there yet, let us leave that conversation for the future. And let's remind our viewers that this is TVXYZ, this is Wezo TV, this is the election center, and Wisdom Hedejame is around, is moving to the stands. He will be at the main entrance, and he will be joining us shortly with what he's witnessing on the ground. He will walk us through those vying through the various positions within the party, from the chairmanship through to the national executive committee members. So 4 people are going for the national chairmanship.
Exactly. So let's take a look at the names once again. For the chairmanship race, you have the incumbent Samuel Ofosu Ampofu in the race. He says, he is poised for a retainment in that capacity, but he's clearly contested by he's no longer. He actually announced his resignation few minutes ago. Johnson Asiedu Nketia is in that race. We also have Niama Ashite and also Samuel Yao Eduse. So these are the 4 names of 4 people contesting the chairmanship position. Then you also have for the vice chairmanship position, 8 people are contesting. And we have Abanga Yakubu Al-Hassan, Seth Ofori Ohini, Sharif Abdul Nasiru, Alhaji Habibu Adramani, Alhaji Amadu Abukari Sorogo, you have Awudu Sofu Azoka, Dr. Sherry Aite, and then Evelyn Enyona Mensa. So these are the names vying for the vice chairmanship position. Then you go to the general secretary position, which also plays a major role in the party's administration. Now you take a look at the names. Fifi Fiavi, Franklin Kwete is in there, Dr. Peter Buama Otokono, as well as Elvis Afriye Ankra. These are the 3 names that have showed up to contest in this particular race. For the Deputy General Secretary, Evans Amu, Bande Foyo Mustafa, Kwame Zu, Brady Paul Opata, Abdul Martin Sali, Catherine Denu. You also have Dr. Francis Lamin Guribe and Barbara Sewa Asamoah. So these are the 8 people vying for that particular position. The national organizer position is also another one to look out for. Joseph Yamin is in the Sidi Abubakar Musa is in the Solomon Yaon Kansa. Joshua Hamidu Akamba, who is the incumbent, is seeking re-election. Chief Hamilton Biden Nixon is also in there, as well as Mahdi Muhammad Jibril, and then Henry Osei Akoto. These are the 7 names that are popped up to contest in this particular race.
And this race will be very exciting.
Very, I tell
because
you.
If they can put it on the screen again, you notice that Joshua Akamba is the incumbent, and he's being challenged by other former executives, but at this stage they are moving into an election, so I call them former executives who are moving up on the ladder as far as the positions of the party is concerned. So you have Chief Hamilton Biden Nixon.
He was actually part of the deputy organizers at that time.
And then you have Joseph Yamin, who is also a very vibrant member of the party, very active and a strong pillar when it comes to Ashanti region NDC politics. And then CD Abubakar Musa is a former youth organizer of the party. He is also seeking to become the national organizer of the party. Then we have Henry Oseakoto and then Mahdi Muhammad Jibril. All these, so it will be very interesting. Solomon Yaon Kansa is a former national communications officer of the party. So you see that some former executives who were either kicked out in 2016 because the party was angry, because the suspicion was that their poor performance or poor coordination led to the loss in 2016. Many of them appear to be finding their feet back and want to weave themselves into the national executive portfolio of the party. So for the national organizer position, many of them are in there. Now, deputy, how many of them are going for the deputy?
All right, so for the deputy national organizers, we have 4 candidates.
That looks interesting.
Yes, that looks very
more
interesting.
For the main position and the deputy position, you have lesser compared to other positions.
Exactly. Interesting.
And who are those?
Well, so Kobe Ballon is seeking re-election. He's in there. You have Elikem Eric Kevin Kwame Kotoko is also in that particular contest. Alhaji Yao Kundo is also in that contest. Habib Muhammad Tahiru is also seeking, to be made one of the deputy national organizers. So 4 people contesting in that category. Now, like we mentioned, we keep mentioning, for the communication officers, we have just one person, Sami Jemfi. He is going unopposed. So basically, it's going to be more or less like some sort of acclamation. Let's see how it pans out to be in the few hours to come. For the deputy communication officers, for instance, you remember last week where we were in Cape Coast, he spoke with Adongo Atule Jacob, and he says it's his time to be made one of the deputy communication officers of the party. So he's in that race. You have Kweku Bwahin Anthony, you have Godwin Akogan, you also have Muhammad Naziru, as well as Malik Basintale, who is seeking re-election. Let's see how it looks quite interesting in that aspect as well, because Akogan has done quite well. I mean, according to what we've heard from people, Malik Basintali also another great guy. You can't take anything away from
and you see
him as well.
Many of them are already national communications members of the party. Many of them have been articulative. Many of them have been moving from one media house to the other, speaking on behalf of the party. So Godwin Akogan has been very active, especially when it comes to operations at the party head office, apart from going out there to speak for the party. Kweku Buahini has been all over. Malik Basintale, Mohammed Nasiru, and then of course Adongo Atule Jacob. All of them are well known by the party. Only two of them will be the deputy communications officers to support, the communications officers, Jemfi. And at this stage, I find it very difficult for the delegates, because I'm looking at the delegates, looking at the face of Basintale, Kweku Buahini, or you are looking at Akogan, you are looking at all the names that we just mentioned, and all of them appear to be very competent. So they'll be looking at maybe personal relationships with the party members. They want to look at that little thing that some of them will have better than others to leverage to be able to select their best candidate. But when it comes like this, sometimes those you don't anticipate are the ones who may pass through and then be eventually elected as the executive.
So Eric, I understand the team has put together some short videos of the candidates. We will soon be taking a look at them. But let me just wind up on the National Zongo Caucus coordinators. I mean, the aspirants or the candidates. So you have Yakubu Mahmudu Mudi, Honorable Alhaji Baban Lami Abu Sadat, Abdul Aziz Muhammad, Mama Muhammad Koyonga, and also Abbas Zulkanen Kambari. So these are the names vying for that slot as well. So there is a short video on what Chairman Ofosu Ampofo said and what Johnson Asiedu Nketia said. As far as
it will be interesting to hear. Let's watch. It looks like the video is not ready. So why it's not ready? Let's have the conversation.
We will be letting all Ghanaians down if we allow our internal sparks to go beyond today and affect our agenda for 2024 election. I believe I can count on you all to quickly regroup after today, irrespective of how the elections go for you. This is also because, as we have it, our African proverb says, a snake that you can see does not bite. We can see ourselves as NDC members, so we cannot and must not bite one another. I guess what the proverb forgot to add is that a mosquito that you can see can also not bite.
Your Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama, comrades, to save time, let me stand by the earlier protocols established by my comrade and friend, the National Chairman. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 10th National Delegates Congress. I wish to use this occasion to congratulate you all for your victory in the just ended constituency, regional, and national youth and women conferences. It is my hope that you will constitute a formidable team. Finally, let me say a word of farewell to you as I step down today as your General Secretary, having served in that position for the past 17 years. I want to thank all of you for your cooperation, and I want to thank everybody. Those I have offended, may the Lord touch your heart to forgive me. The credit I have made so far is shared and attributed to the foot soldiers of this country and this party. I thank you all, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Wezo TV, this is TVXYZ. This is live coverage from the Accra Sports Stadium. Our cameras will be going around now. There's a lot of activity going. I can see from where I sit, which will be shared with you shortly, that there are delegates who are cheering. I'm sure some of the candidates who are going around as the EC gets ready to announce the modalities for this election. Prior to this, we had presentations by various officials, and we heard the former General Secretary of the party, Johnson Asedun Ketia, and of course, we also heard the chairman of the party, Samuel Okusampofu, who is seeking re-election. And the portion we cut for you was where both of them were sending that signal of hope to party members who are watching from home, to delegates who are monitoring us on TV XYZ and Wezo TV, that in as much as it is very competitive, they see this as a race, as party politics, and they are in for one thing: unity, rallying the people, making sure that the NDC stays intact for what is their prime objective, victory in 2024.
All right, so Eric, great. I just want us to walk through what's expected in this second phase of the whole event. It has to do with the people who are supposed to vote, known as the delegates, who makes up the delegate list, the people who will be going through this particular process, and perhaps the total number of people we are expecting, so that by the end of the day or by the end of the whole proceedings, we can all come to a conclusion on one particular thing. So we are so much aware that about 9,000 delegates are going to cast their vote here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Now, what makes up the delegates list, for instance, you take a look at the Council of Elders. They are made up of 23 members. If you take a look at it carefully, they are made up of 23 members, and they'll be casting their votes. Now, as part of those people, you have the likes of John Mahama, former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Speaker Do Ajaho, Victor Beho, Obeda Samoa, and the former National Chairman Hudu Yaya, Cecilia Johnson, and a list of others. They are part of the Council of Elders that are making up the 23 numbers. Now you come down a little bit, you have the National Executive members of the NDC. They also are part of the delegates list. Then you have former National Executive members of the NDC as well. Then overseas branch, that is diaspora, they will also be voting in the process. We have regional executives, former appointees, MPs, former MPs, regional team reps, constituency regional executives, former MMDCs, as well as regional council of elders. So basically, this forms part of the delegates list, and these are the people that will be seen pretty shortly casting their vote for the 81 candidates that have, put up themselves for today's elections.
Okay, so at this stage, this is what is left. We've done part one, we've done part two. The part two was the report by the General Secretary, the motion for the affiliation of Pro Forum, that is the NDC's Professionals Forum, and then motion which was moved by Amaleba and seconded by Bed Zedeng. As we speak, the Electoral Commission is set. Policemen have been deployed to the various locations. 17 polling stations have been set up and ready. If the cameras will go around as we speak, I'm sure you see much of what we are talking about now. Then there will be the Electoral Committee commencing processes towards the election. It is at this stage that the party will be officially handing over to the Electoral Commission the introduction of all contestants. So every contestant will be on the ballot box, ballot paper today, will be introduced to delegates as we speak. Then the Electoral Committee will hand over the Electoral Commission. Then the EC will conduct the elections. We are told if it starts before 5 o'clock, we are guaranteed that by 5 p.m., by 10 p.m., it should be over. Then the declaration of the results address by one of the unsuccessful candidates, then swearing in of new executives, and address by the elected chairman on behalf of all successful candidates. And I'm sure by midnight or early dawn tomorrow, we should be leaving the Accra Sports Stadium.
All right, so Eric, let me bring an interesting twist to the whole conversation. So we take a look at it. Now, it looks more or less like we have the incumbent still seeking re-election. I'm going to walk you through the current executives. I mean, like the very executives that won the various positions in 2018. You remember so well that the election was held in November, between 17th and 19th November 2018 at the Trade Fair Center here in Accra. So the chairman, just you all know, that position was won by Samuel Obosu Ampofo. Then the first vice chairman, Chief Sofo Asoka. So you take a look at the trend. Why I'm bringing this into the conversation is that you take a look at the people who are actually seeking re-election. The incumbents who are seeking re-election are still in here. Now you also have the second vice chairperson, Sherry Aite. She's still in the contest as well. The third vice chairman, Alhaji Said Sinari. Also, I mean, so that's also another name you should also, you can do away with. For the general secretary position, Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Now, he has moved from that position. You recall he mentioned that he has resigned officially from that position. Now, he's seeking to be the next chairman of the NDC. So there is some new faces have popped up to contest that position. But you take a look at the first Deputy General Secretary, Madam Barbara Sewa Asamoah, second Deputy General Secretary, Peter Buama Otokono is in there. And now he has leapfrogged that position and seeking substantive position, that is the General Secretary slot. Now you move to the National Organizer position, for instance, Joshua Hamidu Akamba is seeking re-election, and let's see how it pans out to be. But before we continue with the list, I understand that the video of the PPP is ready, but we'll get back to that pretty shortly. But let me still go with the list quickly. Now, the second Deputy National Organizer at that time, we have Chief Hamilton Biney Nixon. Like we mentioned, he has also moved forward. I mean, he has moved on. He says he wants to contest for the substantive position. Now, the first Deputy Communications Director was Kweku Buahin. National Communications Director Sami Jemfi. He is seeking re-election, but he is going unopposed. National Zongo Caucus Coordinator Alhaji Mama Muhammad, National Executive Committee members Madam Evelyn and Yuna Mensah, and a host of others, they are in there. I'm going to cross over to Eric to take it up from there.
Okay, so very shortly I'll be speaking to Fred Agbenyo. Fred Agbenyo is well known. Is it the Deputy Director of Foreign Relations, International Relations of the NDC? Fred Agbenyo will be joining me shortly. Fred, while they are getting ready, you are welcome.
Thank you, my brother.
How has it been? You are in white. Why are you in white?
Well, because the NDC has won. My candidate has won. I have the privilege of supporting a candidate who hails from the borough of Ejim. This candidate I'm talking about attended University of Ghana, did business school. He came out for first class. When the time came for us to draft the 1992 Constitution, this candidate I'm talking about represented the people of West on the Conservative Assembly in drafting the 1992 Constitution. He had the opportunity to become a member of Parliament for that particular area. He served in Parliament for 12 years, 3 terms. He had the opportunity to serve as a Minister of Agric. Under his stewardship, we saw cashew business going on very well in this country. We saw palm going on very well in this country. After his service as a member of Parliament, he was given the opportunity to serve the National Democratic Congress as the General Secretary, a feat nobody else has ever achieved. For 17 good years, he held that particular position. Now, today as we speak, he is the Vice President of Socialist International. His boss is the current Prime Minister of Spain. This man has gone through the mill. He has seen it all. And I believe that where we have gotten to as a political party, it is only fair and proper that we change strategy. We change our forward lines. And I think that Johnson Asiedu Nketia is the best person to lead us as we move into 2024. As well, I'll continue to encourage our delegates, I'll continue to encourage everybody here that let's vote for Johnson Asiedu Nketia as our chairman.
Okay, so you've spoken about your preferred candidate. Now let's look at the party and its resolve to stay united and go for a strong campaign that can convincingly win the 2024 elections. While you are leaving, what is the euphoria after observing the behavior of delegates, the various presentations by those who had the opportunity to address this Congress, and the takeaways as a party member?
Well, I'm sure you have also been monitoring around prior to this particular Congress. The thinking out there is that today we are coming to fight. We are going to use cutlass and gun on ourselves, and we're going to kill ourselves. But since we entered here, it's been comradeship, it's been friendship, and as you rightly said, all the persons who have the opportunity to address Congress, you heard their speeches. Everybody talking about peace. Everybody is talking about the fact that when all is said and done, we need to be able to come together as a united party and fight our common enemy, which is a new patriotic party that is messing up the economy. So I am very, very, very sure that by the time we are through this process, NDC will remain victorious, NDC will remain united, we will be well poised for action come 2024. There's no cause for alarm. We are all joking, we are all laughing, we are all having fun, and I'm sure we are going to use that same spirit to vote. And when we are finished, we embrace ourselves, throw ourselves in the back, we encourage the losers, all hands on deck, let's move and go and wrestle power come 2024. So now, everything is going to be okay.
When the outgone General Secretary, because he's now going for a bigger position, and Samuel Opusampopo had the opportunity to speak, they raised the issues about unity and what the naysayers or the mongers were projecting for the NDC as far as today is concerned. So for many party supporters at home watching you live on Weasel TV and TVXYZ, there was some level of uncertainty. Has this event so far come out as something that has surprised you, or you knew that you have gone through this before, and therefore those who were worried were just crying over unnecessary concerns?
Well, I know the two gentlemen who are contesting for the chairmanship position, and I know their love for this political party. I know the service they have rendered for this party all these years. If you check the profile of Chairman Afosampopo, you will realize that he has also served the party diligently, right from an assemblyman, a DC, became a deputy minister, became a minister, became a national organizer of the party, a national vice chairman of the party, and a chairman of the party. I don't believe that you want to see this party disintegrate. I don't believe you want to see this party go into abyss. At every point in time, I believe you want to see the party united. And so I was surprised when people were saying that we are going to fight. I believe, I know from the very beginning that we're going to leave this Congress more united than ever. It's normal that when you go for an election, you lose.
Unfortunately, I brought you here and I have to end it because Wisdom Hedejome is, as we speak. So Fred Agbenyo is Deputy Director in charge of International Relations of the NDC. Will join us later. Wisdom Hedejome is outside among the delegates. So much excitement. Let's watch him. So I'm sure the technical people are trying to connect with Wisdom. Wisdom, if you can hear us, can you take over? Okay, so we are trying to connect with Wisdom. Lots of activities here, signal dropping here and there, but I can assure you that very soon, Wisdom Hedejome will join us. This is the Election Center, Weasel TV, TVXYZ. We are bringing you a live coverage of the ongoing NDC National Congress here at the Accra Sports Stadium. The park is full. Delegates are resuming their seats after taking their lunch, and I am sure that very soon we will be crossing over to Wisdom Hedejome. So if Wisdom is ready, let's take him now. It happens. It happens, and while we are waiting, I can imagine many of you are as anxious as I am, but I know that Wisdom is ready and standing by. But I would want us to listen carefully to what the Progressive People's Party, PPP, said. It is very instructive that they are challenging a party which can form the next government to take note of issues that are of concern to many Ghanaians. Let's cross over and listen.
We have come to wish you well on this day that you are electing your national executives. The PPP has started discussion in forming alliance with all like-minded Ghanaians to wrestle power in 2024 under the most difficult times that we are facing as a nation. The alliance will become the voice of the voiceless to work to create, to curb unemployment in the nation. We will stop singing the negative phrases of asking the youth to pull themselves up by the bootstrap when indeed the youth do not have a boot to wear, nor the strings to pull on. We have watched alarmingly as the minority in parliament has asked for the finance minister to step aside and to go for a vote of censure. We have watched in astonishment that the majority have also asked their president to sack the finance minister. But we sit here today and nothing has happened. I am asking clergy, the Islamic community, all alternative parties, to help me in asking the finance minister to step down on moral grounds. He has failed this nation, and the fact that he is there, his company has benefited from loans to this nation, is something that is embarrassing to all of us as Ghanaians. It is embarrassing on the international community that the wanton borrowing has been a result because he, the finance minister, wants to benefit with his specific companies. He must step down on moral grounds. The PPP believes that after the finance minister steps down on moral grounds, the following decisions must be taken to build a better Ghana. We must stop borrowing. Number one, we must stop borrowing. Number two, do not start any new projects. Complete what has already been started. Suspend all non-essential projects like the National Theatre.
And so, as we speak, we have to cut this interview because Johnson Asiedu Nketia has just walked to the delegate stance, and you'd notice that when he came around, so in your shot is Johnson Asiedu Nketia, General. The mosquito who has taken over the stance of the delegates. I'm sure at this stage it will be competition. Other candidates will try to test the reaction of delegates as they move along. And so he's just fraternizing with delegates, moving from one location to the other. I may not be surprised at what we are watching on the screens, because even his arrival was met with some thunderous applause. And then when the presentations were being made, at any time that his image came on the screen, it drew some reaction from members of the party. This is a man who has led the party for 17 years as General Secretary and has been very, very active, instrumental in fighting back those who have been trying to undermine the NDC. And so throughout his history as General Secretary of the party, he has been admired by members of the party. And so it is of no surprise that as he seeks their mandate to lead the party, many of them will show their appreciation for what he has done. And don't forget that this competition is very, very tight, and we have all the candidates who at this stage would also want to have a feel. But I can tell you, I have contested an election before as a student, and if you don't have that strength to withstand pressure, to maybe withstand any form of embarrassment, what General Johnson Asiedu Nketia is doing, very few will attempt, because if you step out and nobody's bothering you, they just look at you as if you are an image just passing by. I can tell you the trauma, the psychological impact on your demeanor can be very, very disturbing. So it takes the brave to go through what we have just witnessed on the screen. And so that's a little about what Johnson Asiedu Nketia was doing when we cut into the presentation by the representative of the Progressive People's Party. If my producers are ready, I may want us to go back and listen to the other part of the presentation by the Progressive People's Party.
Number 2, do not start any new projects. Complete what has already been started. Suspend all non-essential projects like the National Theatre. In times of difficulty, this is not a priority project for this nation. Cut the executive cost by 60%. Reduce the number of ministers to 14 and the deputy ministers no more than 35. Cut down on the Jubilee House staff by 60%. Ban importation of non-essential goods, not just BOG refusal to provide forex. Reduce taxes to encourage domestic production. Restore indigenous financial institutions whose license were wrongly taken away. Evidence have shown that competitors were targeted and their businesses destroyed. But little did you know, little did you understand that the Ghanaians who were working that you have sent home, you have not been able to provide any alternative employment for those Ghanaians. And you stand there with egg on your face. You have not been able to show any tangible reason why you did this, outside the fact that the finance minister, who is a referee, is also a player. And so he's asking us to cut 40% of our savings. Do you know who he's having the meetings with? He's having the meetings with management of Data Bank, because the director of SEC worked with him in Data Bank. So he's doing a personal management meeting in doing what he does to Ghana. Ghana has suffered for far too long. We wish the NDC well. By any chance, if the NDC gets to that Jubilee House before us, we ask them to consider what we have put here as the policy of the Progressive People's Party. Thank you very much. PPP, yes sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PPP.
I would like to stand on existing protocols as established by this Congress from the beginning and bring you greetings from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, the Vice President, and the entire leadership of the New Patriotic Party led by Chairman Stephen Ayensu Ntim. We want to begin by commending the National Democratic Congress for successfully organizing your internal elections from the base of the party, the wards, the branches, constituency to the regional. We commend you for this success that has been achieved. We also want to commend you for your youth and women conference that was organized at Cape Coast. We wish to remind you, some few issues came out from the Youth Congress, which we need to, as a party, solidarize with you and remind you that the country would need a peaceful coexistence, and we condemn the violence that ensued at the Cape Coast Conference. We do know that the leader and former president of the NDC, the former president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama did reminded us that the party has a revolutionary root, and when it comes to violence, nobody can compete you. And we admit, but we remind you that we have the Vigilantism Act that we want you to go through. Mr. Chairman, we want to make an appeal to you. We have actually put together a document. We have heard that you have a school, a party school that you have established for the NDC. We have put together a document to establish a faculty of resource collation where we will take the NDC through how to collate resource and go to the Supreme Court without fear or favor. Mr. Chairman, we want to also stand on behalf of the people of Ghana to apologize to the Supreme Court and the people of Ghana for the NDC playing on the emotions of the people of Ghana, despite the fact that you went to the Supreme Court without a shred of evidence to prove your case as the winners of the election. Mr. Chairman, 2024 elections, I know you are here to elect leaders. You want to elect leaders that will steer the affairs to win 2024 elections. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, 2024 is a foregone conclusion. We would win the election with a wider margin that will confront the NDC not to make an attempt to even appear or even petition the Supreme Court.
NDC, oh say, NDC, oh say, NDC, oh say, aye, Yezu, we are Mizu, we are Miza, we are Mizazu, we are Mizuza. I welcome you all back from the short break, and I have these announcements. This part is going to be handled by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. The Electoral Committee of the party will be assisting them. However, I've been told there are a number of persons who are within the arena who have not been accredited. If you are not a candidate agent, if you are not a member of the Electoral Committee of the party, or you have not been assigned any role to play by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, I'm appealing to you to move to the appropriate place that has been assigned you, so we will not be forced to invite the police to help us get you to your right place. We would not want to use the police in doing so. So after this announcement, if you know you are not wearing a candidate agent tag, you are not a candidate, you are not a member of the elections committee of the party, you do not have any role assigned you as a member of the Congress committee, you know where you are supposed to sit. We do not want to use the police to send you to where we expect you to sit. I am informing you that 17 centers have been created for the purposes of voting. I will announce the order of these centers and the regions that will vote at the center. The very first center that you have in front of me, to the right,
will be occupied by Greater Accra A. Greater Accra has been divided into two. Greater Accra A will have the first point. Greater Accra B will take the next section or the next zone. Volta region, which is sitting at the top, will take the third voting zone. Oti region and Western North region. Oti region and Western North region will take the fourth zone. Northern region will take the fifth zone. Ashanti region A will follow Northern region. Ashanti region B will take the seventh zone. And Ashanti region C will take the eighth voting zone. Bono East and Savannah is combined as the ninth zone. Upper West region and Northeast region is combined as the 10th zone. Ahafo and Bono region is the 11th zone. Eastern A is the 12th zone, to be followed by Eastern B, the 13th zone or zone 13. Western region is the 14th zone, zone 14. Upper East region, you are zone 15. Central region, you are zone 16. And national and diasporian delegates are at the national zone, which is zone 17. So these are the 17 voting centers. So take note of them. We will announce them the second time, but that will be later. I will ask that if you are not a candidate agent, don't occupy the space within the inner perimeter. We will invite the Ghana police to lead you to your rightful place. So when voting commences, OT and Western region, you will have to walk down. Volta region, you will also have to come down, and the same way our MPs and former appointees, you will vote in your region. You will join the region that has been mentioned and assigned, the zone that has been mentioned and assigned to your region. Thank you very much. I will invite the chairman of the party's elections committee, Comrade Alex Sebefia, to perform an important function, after which we will also invite the Director of Legal to make some announcements to all of us. After that, candidates, we expect you to be moving towards the days for introduction. Move away from the stands and come towards the days for introduction. If we mention you and you are not here, we will not introduce you later. Come here to be introduced. Thank you very much. I have Comrade Amaleba, our Director of Legal, will do the announcements first. After that, the Elections Committee Chair will have some announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Kofi. Comrades, the Electoral Commission has been served with some injunction applications. Some of those applications have been served the party as well. Based on that, some constituencies have been restrained from participating in the elections. So just listen attentively. When you hear your constituency, it means that you cannot take part in the elections. The first one is Dorma Central. Dorma Central has been restrained from taking part in these elections. The second one is Menchia South. Menchia South has also been restrained. Then the third one is Agona East. These three constituencies have been restrained because there are pending injunction applications against the delegates who are to partake in this exercise. However, there's an individual who has also been restrained, and that is the Eastern Regional Women's Organizer. She goes by the name Sherry Nana Ampim. She cannot also vote. So these are the constituencies and the individual involved who cannot vote. I'm told the name is Nana, not Nana. Yes.
Please listen to this very important announcement. This will be the second time I make this announcement, and it will be the last. The next time will be action that will be taken. You are not allowed to use your phone in the voting booth. As much as possible, even avoid taking calls whilst you are in queue to go and vote. Don't use your phone in the booth. If we find you using your phone in the booth, we will seize that phone. You may not have access to the phone. Don't use your phone. In other words, no voter is to take any picture of his or her vote. If you find you doing that, we are going to seize your phone, and you may not have your phone for a very long time. So take note. No using of mobile phone in the voting arena. The candidate agents, after the introduction of the candidates, the candidate agents will move and take position before we invite delegates to come down and start the voting process. So candidate agents, be ready to take your position. You already know, you've gone through training, and you know where you are to position yourself so you can observe the process appropriately. And you take position before the first person move in. I will invite the chair of the election committee to perform one function, then I will continue thereafter. Thank you.
Who is a member of the organizing committee. We've just heard some announcements. An injunction has been placed on 3 constituencies, and they will not be partaking in this voting exercise. These are Doma Central, Manchia South, and Agona East. And the Eastern Regional Women's Organizer has also been restrained from voting today because of an injunction. She's Sherry Nana Ampim. Mobile phones are not allowed in the polling booths, and agents must also be standing by to assist this process as EC takes over. But I'm here with Beatrice Annan. She's a lawyer, an outspoken woman, respected, and a member of NDC's national communications team. Beatrice, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
So how has the process been so far?
The process to me has been very smooth. This is about one of the smoothest congresses I've personally attended. You have very strict enforcement of the rules and regulations. If you don't have the VIP tag, there is a place you have to go through. If you don't have the observer tag, if you don't have a tag at all. So for me, I think that the NDC has made me proud, seeing the comradeship that everybody has shown. I'm excited, and I look forward to a much more exciting election. For us in the NDC, this election is an election for the soul of our party. We have a current government that is so bent on breaking the aids, irrespective of how reckless they've been. And so Ghanaians know that the only alternative is the NDC. And I believe that every citizen watching me today have as much interest in this election as we, the members of the NDC, have. But I'm particularly impressed. If you listen to the speech of the former president and our presumptive flag bearer, you will know that the enthusiasm, the encouragement, and the strength of everybody to contribute their quota to rescue power and to rescue this nation from the mismanagement that we are facing. So I'm particularly happy about what I'm seeing.
So that is Beatrice's introductory remark. As we speak, I just want you to have an idea about what is happening. The EC is set, the polling stations are ready, you can see the ballot boxes ready. EC officials will be ensuring that voters go through the process, the indelible ink and everything that they have to do as normal elections are seated. Kofi Adams is by the microphone, just taking the candidates, the agents, and delegates through the processes they would have to follow. As we speak, he's mentioning the names of all the candidates so that at least we will confirm that all these candidates are accepted to partake in this election. Now, Beatrice, I want us to focus on the presentations that were made. You just gave an overview of the former president's presentation. There was something that cut through, that the mistakes NPP is making today, the level of impunity that appears to have dominated how they want to govern this country is something that his government is assuring Ghanaians won't happen. Because many people assume that NDC is coming to power just for vengeance. And then he speaks to what he intends to do should he become our next president. Infrastructure, uniting the country, thinking about how best to ensure that the public purse is protected. Is it a reassuring message that syncs with the theme for this Congress?
Yes, of course, it's a reassuring message because the public resources are the resources of the citizens, and no political party, whether MPP or NDC, merely because you have the power to govern the people, should you be led or misled to believe that you have the right to use the resources in the manner that you like. And so you've seen the former president's commitment to fighting corruption in the past. You've seen how he's had to punish elements in his own party where he believes that state resources were not used rightly. And in managing a post-COVID economy, we have to even use the resources in a more effective way. And so President Mahama is saying that I've done some before. I don't think that if you take Kwame Nkrumah away, any president in the Fourth Republic has achieved the kind of infrastructural development that we experience. And so he's saying that given the resources that we have, we want to do the $1 billion big push. We want to make the lives of the citizens better because truthfully, the citizens are not asking for too much. All they are asking for is for a richer and better life. And I think that the NDC and any political party owe that to them, and that is the commitment come 2025.
Now, I'm sure when PPP was speaking, you may have been reflecting on the narratives I've heard you share severally, i.e. speaking straight to government today about things that have brought us where we are, and using this to subtly appeal to the presumptive candidate of the NDC to look at how best they may want to adopt some of the things they said, taking Ghana out of the mess we find ourselves.
Yeah, in very recent times, if you've been following the former president, you realize that we are championing a new theme of the Ghana we want. And in this Ghana we want, we are trying to listen to what the citizens want. We are trying to say that we want to build a consensus together with the citizens. And it was even made manifest in how our 2020 manifesto was drafted. And so this time we didn't sit as a political party to come and impose on Ghanaians what we believe was best for them. But together we drafted the manifesto. It's the same way many other political or small political parties have some very brilliant ideas that they cannot implement. In the NDC, we have shown that we listen, we have shown that feedback from the citizens are very important, because you cannot seek to govern the people and not respect their views. And so whatever suggestions these smaller political parties will bring on board, as long as it's in the interest of the Ghanaians, as long as there is data to support that, is a good idea. The NDC is committed to implementing that.
It's good to hear, but you come across as a very young, articulate, intelligent lady. I'm not flattering you. And it's not because I want to give you a certain love letter. No, that's not what I am talking about.
Right.
But you represent hope, or a mentor for young women. For you as a political party activist, and knowing where we are as a country and looking into the future, what should inform a young lady or a woman's wish to tag along with you in your party?
Okay, I think this is a very important question, and over the period since I became very vocal, I've had a lot of young people say that we want to see something differently done. We want to align with the NDC. And I keep saying that within the context of Ghana, if you're a young person and you want any hope, you want any future, you want that our collective aspiration as a people should be realized, the NDC is a better alternative. I have been on several NDC platforms. I have been with the NDC for more than 15 years. And collectively and every time you think that development is the agenda for every narrative. Internally, even where we depart is the methodology. But consistently, we've had the people of Ghana at heart. Consistently, it's always been about how to make the lives of the citizens better. And we've had the opportunity to govern this country. The MPP has had the opportunity to also govern the country. They are currently governing. But you will see that when it comes to the desire to make Ghana better, if you look at all the indicators that show that an economy is developing, for instance, health, nobody has built more hospitals than the NDC has built. When it comes to education, no political party has built the number of secondary schools, university, primaries than the NDC government. When it comes to agriculture, no government has ever been committed to revamping agriculture. And these are the basic things that any developing nation like Ghana should get right. So if you have a political party like the I proudly associate with, then I think that if any young person wants to have hope, if any young person wants to have an aspiration to contribute to making Ghana better, your best bet is to join the NDC, because devoid of these things is also the NDC being a congress. And you've seen the beautiful congress we've had. It doesn't matter what your surname is. It doesn't matter where you come from. I've had the challenge of people asking me, where do you come from? And I said, I came from nowhere.
I wanted to ask the question that, who is this? I don't know whether to call it a small girl or a young woman or whatever. But you emerged from nowhere and many people admire you, even people on the other side of the political divide. So let me play around it. What attracted you into where you are today?
Oh, it was basically the ideology of the NDC. I wanted a party that would give every young person an equal opportunity despite your race, gender, educational background. And when we were in the tertiary or in KNUST, I had the opportunity to visit both Tescon and Tain. And I realized that at Tain, it didn't matter what your political persuasions or what your tribal inclinations were, you'll be given the opportunity. And woman, you'll be given the support you need. And the NDC offered me that if I were to belong to the NPP, I needed to show my family or some other lineage or some other affiliation. But the NDC, if you can prove that you have something to show, everybody will give you the opportunity. And that is the beauty of the party that I belong to. So you see that many great people of the NDC who have even gone beyond Ghana to the international stage, they practically came from nowhere and the NDC made them who they are. And so I'm also one of those examples. And if you're a young person watching me, if you have whether a political career or you don't even have a political career, the NDC gives you that platform, that opportunity that I don't think that anybody can give you anywhere.
What do you see going forward, looking at the NDC as a party? But let me remind those who have just joined us that this is the election center, Wezo TV's election center. We are doing this with TVXYZ. Just call a friend to follow us on different platforms and making reference to social media. And of course, your TV set, if you are watching us on TVXYZ or Wezo TV. Just a while ago, the cameras were going around the stands and the cameras were helping us to appreciate what is going on as we speak. The NDC is calling all the candidates. They are mentioning the names of the candidates according to how their names appear on the ballot paper. The agents have been prepared and they are taking their various locations. The bigger picture, if you look at the main football field, that is where the polling stations are and well arranged, and we are told the delegates will be voting simultaneously. It's almost 5 o'clock, and we guess that after the names of the delegates have been mentioned, the voting process will start, but not until the EC has officially taken over. Now, at this stage, delegates can only wait. They may have made up their minds already, but before we came here, there were all kinds of uncertainties. Now, what should be the takeaways after witnessing the process, which appears to be smooth so far?
I think that I want to appeal to delegates that the 2024 election is a make or break for the NDC. For those of us who are on the battlefield and on the front line, it's important that delegates consider the collective good of the 6.4 and beyond million members of the NDC in making a decision today. The delegates have an obligation, a moral one at that, to make sure that they give us national officers who usher us into victory. Not just victory, but a resounding one to make a statement to the NPP that you cannot take the power of the people for granted, so that when people give you power, you do not manage the nation in the most reckless and negligent manner that we've seen the NPP do. And so that moral obligation for the delegates to go to the polls, to give us leaders who can hold the MPP accountable, who can stand up to them, who can exercise every right imposed, whether at law, by convention, or as a matter of moral authority, is a right that I think that the delegates should not play with. And like every member of the NDC, we've given the delegates the powers to say that, come and make the decision for us. And so I want delegates to put their personal sentiments aside and ask before the vote that for each candidate that I'll be voting for, what would be the future of the NDC with that candidate? What would be the 2024, or what would the 2024 elections be like? And give that mandate so that together we can win the 2024. Because I say that the 2024 election is not just about the National Democratic Congress. It's about the soul of Ghana. It's about positioning Ghana at a place to say that this is the Ghana we want. And it's the NDC that can give us the Ghana we want, not the current abysmal performance that we are experiencing under this incompetent government.
Now, before you go, there is this school of thought that people sometimes go for positions right from the branch through the constituencies, regional, and even the national level. And as soon as they get the position, they are not much interested in going underground, mobilizing people, and doing what they are expected to lead the party from wherever their jurisdictions are. Anytime people go into elections, this thought comes through the minds of some of the delegates. What should be the advice to incoming elected officials, and at the same time to the party itself, to be on the lookout for people who are not working, to expose them so that the party can be sure that it is on the right path towards victory in 2024?
So to the contestants or the candidates, I want to say that the NDC has always been about the masses.
Fine.
The NDC has always been about people. And so you cannot want a position and not serve the people, whether they be Ghanaians or they be party people. And so if you know you cannot serve, please, you have an opportunity to step down now before the delegates begin to vote.
Okay, thank you very much, Beatrice. And I took a little of your time. I believe before we wrap up, you will join us again. We'll go back to the podium and listen to Kofi Adams while Dr. Nene Adams, Asafote, and Dr. Yao Sebastian Nafra joins us. So let's listen to Kofi Adams, who is continuing with the announcements as far as the delegates' call is concerned.
So here is Samuel Yao Edusei. Number two is Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Johnson Asiedu Nketia is number 2 on that ballot paper. Thank you very much. Thank you. Number three on the ballot paper is Samuel Ofosu Ampofu. Samuel Ofosu Ampofu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Number four on the ballot paper is Ni Ama Ashite. Ni Ama Ashite. Thank you very much. I thank you for all the attention that you gave me. I will announce for the final the voting centers, after which we will hand over to the Electoral Commission and they will admit candidate agents and commence the process of you descending. So please take note of this final announcement that I will be making. Greater Accra region, they will open the gate in front of you. So delegates will walk onto the inner perimeter And the first center, when you enter the perimeter, counting from my right, the first center is Center A. The second center is Center B. And those two centers are for Greater Accra, Center A and Center B. You have already been informed constituencies that will be in Center A and constituencies that will be in Center B. So if you are in Center A, don't go to Center B. And also take this very important announcement. When you finish voting, you are not to remain in the perimeter. You are to immediately use the next gate for exit and go back to your seat and receive announcements from your regional executives. After voting, go back to your position. The regional executives will give you announcements about your movement. The third center after Greater Accra is Volta region. So Volta region, take note. Counting from my right, the third center is Volta region. All of you are voting at the third center. The fourth center, Oti region and Western North. Oti region and Western North. You are going to the fourth center. When you finish voting, please exit and get back to your seat. Northern region, you will vote at the fifth center. Fifth voting center is Northern region. You are all voting at one center. Northern region is not divided. Ashanti region will come after Northern region, and that is voting center 6. So Ashanti region A, you are voting at voting center 6. Ashanti region B is voting at voting center 7, and Ashanti region C is voting at voting center 8. Voting center 8. Bono East and Savannah region, you are voting at voting center 9. Voting center 9. Upper West region and Northeast. Upper West region and Northeast, you are voting at center 10. You are voting at center 10, and that is after Bono East and Savannah Center. Ahafo region and Bono region. Ahafo region and Bono region, you are voting at center 11. Center 11. Eastern region A. Eastern region A, you are voting at center 12. Eastern region A, you are voting at center 12. Eastern region B, you are voting at center 13. Center 13. Western region, you are voting at center 14. 14. Upper East region. Upper East region, you are voting at center 15. Center 15. Center 15. Central region. Central region, you are voting at center 16. 16. Then the national center, where Council of Elders, our foreign chapters, and national executives, and some other category of voters will vote, they know themselves. That is voting center 17, the one directly in front of me. That is your center. I thank you very much. At this point, I will hand over to the Electoral Commission of Ghana, so they will take over and invite the agents and take us through. However, my region, Oti region, I especially greet you all. William, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. God bless us all. God bless all of you. Take time, enter the booths, and cast your vote quietly and get back to your seat. Those of you who left Legon with your keys, please hand those keys over to your regional organizer and secretary. Don't take the keys away. Hand over the key to your regional organizer or regional secretary. Don't take your key away. Thank you very much.
Good evening to everybody. I want to stand on the protocol that have already been raised. We will plead with everybody who is inside the perimeter and is not a national executive or election committee member or an agent to please go to where you have been assigned to be. We want you to help us so that we can finish on time. So please, let's abide by the guidelines that we have set for ourselves. Honorable Kofi Adam has already indicated to you where the various delegates will cast their vote. Please, candidate agents, I believe you heard the allocation of the various centers. Our presiding officers are already there waiting for you. Please, agents, go with your introductory letters so that they can receive you to the polling stations. If you are not an agent, please leave the inner perimeter. This is the way we want to go about the process. We will be calling the constituency by constituency, and each constituency should be led by the chairperson so that you guide your people to go through the process for us to finish on time. We will finish the voting till the last person has voted. We will not do the counting. When the last person has voted, they will do the counting simultaneously. Once the voting counting is finished, then we will collect the 17 results for each of the positions, and thereafter declare the results. This is simple, first past the post. The one with the highest number of votes is elected. So please help us to also help each other so that we'll finish on time. We will be begging of you. We want to tell you again that when we finish the voting and the center or the perimeter is crowded, we will not start the counting. We want to ensure that it is only those who are allowed to be in, especially the agents, who are available before we will start the counting. On my right side is one of my deputies, Mr. Emmanuel Santikisi, who will help me. On my left side is Mr. Samodotata, also my deputy. We also came with 13 coordinators. The 13 coordinators will be those who will be helping you to usher you to where you'll be voting. Please cooperate with them. Then, as you are aware, we have 17 polling stations, meaning that we have 17 presiding officers, and each polling station has somebody in charge of the register, somebody in charge of the indelible ink, and 9 people who will be issuing out the various ballot papers. Everything has been said. The candidate has been introduced to you, so I will now hand over to my deputies to take over from there. Mr. Kisi and Mr. Kwa, to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director of Electoral Services, Dr. Sribwo Kweku. This is the voting procedure. We have 9 positions being contested. The first table will be the table which will be in charge of the register. So the moment you enter the polling station, somebody will look at your card, the voter's ID card, party card, and then somebody will apply the indelible ink before you go to the voting center to pick the ballot paper for the chairman. You go to the voting booth, you make your choice, you come to the next table where you pick the ballot paper for the vice chairman, and then it will follow suit. The voting is going on simultaneously. All the 17 centers will start at the same time. When a center finishes, it will not be counted until all the centers are finished. So presiding officers, take note of that. When your center finish, all the centers have to finish before we continue the next process. So ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start, and I will hand over to Mr. Kisi to also say 1 or 2 things.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Kwa. To the announcement of the agents, all the agents, according to the Election Planning Committee, were given provisional registers. But yesterday, you were given the final register. Please, we are using the final register. So any register that you've received previously will not be valid for this exercise. We expect you to use the final registers. And as has been indicated, no one is supposed to take a picture of his or her ballot paper in the voting booth. That will be an offense. So please take note of that. Don't take a picture of your ballot paper in the voting screen. We will ask our coordinators to move into the various centers that has been allocated to them so that they can start directing the delegates into the various polling stations. All coordinators from head office, please move into the various polling stations that has been allocated to you so that we can start directing the agents to the various centers. Presiding officers, kindly give us the signal when you are ready so that we can open the centers for voting to commence. Thank you. Yes, presiding officers, you can open the ballot boxes that contain the ballot papers. Kindly go to pre-voting procedures with the agents before we commence voting. All presiding officers, please go through the pre-voting procedures. Check the number of ballot papers you receive at your center, fill the necessary forms for them, and open the polling centers. Thank you.
The EC officials have just finished their part of what we are witnessing. This is the first part of what EC will be doing. So the EC is speaking, and the summary of it is that campaign must stop because the voting process is beginning. Between now and when voting will be over, We'll be crossing over to the voting area for you to just witness what is ongoing. We'll be having conversations with guests as they walk through this studio, our makeshift studio here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Wisdom Hedejome and Randy Ahaji would also be located at various positions within the enclave to give us reports, speak to delegates, speak to whoever matters from time to time. But you remember I was having this conversation with two doctors. One is an investment consultant, one is a lecturer and a financial economist. They are here as observers. I was engaging them when the official ceremony started. So they took leave of us, and we promised to engage them once the process is over. Dr. Nene Adams Asafute is an observer, is monitoring the process, is a lecturer and a financial economist. He's seated on my left. Welcome again.
Thank you very much.
Right, and Dr. Yao Eli Sebastian Nafra came all the way from Connecticut in the US. He is also here as a monitor and observer. He's an investment consultant, and I'm told he's a deep-rooted NDC member way back in the US. And of course, in Ghana, he represents the Tema West constituency. You are welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right, so now let's begin. First of all, why we are here has started. And very soon, I'm sure you'll notice that people will be entering the polling booth to elect their candidate. So far, not bad, but in your presentation with us, we're looking at the broader picture, Ghana and politics. And we listened to the presentations by the various speakers. The former president spoke, PP spoke, NPP spoke. We had presentations by the outgone General Secretary, Johnson Asedu Nketia, who is contesting to become the national chairman, and then the incumbent national chairman, who is seeking re-election, who also spoke. The two of them, one theme that cut across their presentation was assurances that the party will remain united, assurances that their objective is to see an NDC struggling and winning power in 2024. They also allayed fears that this process will actually make the party a bit more divided than seeing it united and rallying for the votes to win the 2024 elections. Now, let's start from the speeches that were made. You listened to some of them. What deductions did you make? Doc?
Yes, special greetings to your cherished listeners again. Right. And thank you for allowing us into your homes this evening. The process started early this morning, and currently voting is, starting. We're starting at around 5:30, thereabout, and we are estimating probably between 3 and 4 hours will be way into it. So far, we listened to the speeches by the General Secretary, by the National Chairman, solidarity messages from other political parties, including the New Patriotic Party. We've also listened to messages from other key stakeholders. And I will say that if you look at the National Chairman's speech, Honorable Samuel Opusu-Ampofu and the General Secretary, Johnson Asedu Nketia, it's a message, or both of them, the center of their message is on unity, is on coming together, is on the need for the party to look at the things that bring them together than the things that divide them. And that kind of message is quite heartening. That is what the NDC needs as a major political party in Ghana, and now opposition, looking forward to forming government, hopefully come January 2025. And so I will say that everything is on course, and I believe strongly that at the end of the day, the National Democratic Congress and Ghana as a whole will be the major benefactor.
Okay, so let me take your response, Dr. Sebastian. You would also, Dr. Sebastian will join us right now. But one thing that I observed was this call on the delegates to ensure that they are electing people who have the party at heart and will be committed to work for the party's interest.
Yes. In all of these things, we would want to have the best of the best. When we are in a contest, you know that those in the contest, represent the creme de la creme of the party, but at the same time, we have people who are good for one thing or the other. We also want to make sure that at the end of the day, the best is what emerges. Indeed, the party, as we speak now, is spoilt with choices. If you look at the chairmanship position, if you look at the secretary position, if you look at the organizer position, but within or amongst these people, we still want the best to win. And the message is that as a delegate, you have a responsibility bigger than yourself. You are representing a constituency, and you want to make sure that the constituency's, aspirations, prevails in your voting. And therefore, we'll continue to appeal to them to make sure that they vote the best people, because we are at a serious crossroad, critical crossroad. We need to make sure that we vote into office people that can actually work with the Electoral Commission, work with all key stakeholders to be able to execute election 2024. And so these calls are primarily fundamental to the cause of any organization, and I think they are in order.
Okay, so I'm here with Dr. Nene Adam Sasapute, and then the other one is Dr. Yao Eli Sebastian Nafra. Now, Doc, let me take your introductory commentary on the speeches you heard.
There was one cardinal factor that ran through almost all the speeches. That's the issue of holding hands and driving our way to victory 2024. And that's an exciting spirit that I can just sense from all the people. It's not enough to just win as an individual without the collective. And I think that the collective winning of an election in 2024 is what all our aspirations are. And I think that this aspiration gives us the right energy to go into the national election battle and win it creditably.
Okay, so you heard the former president. When he spoke, he gave some assurances, and he wanted the Ghanaian to know what his mindset is and what the NDC's focus will be should it win the 2024 elections. He spoke almost like somebody who has been elected already to lead a party going into the 2024 elections. The timing, how do you see the narrative and especially what the message was about?
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is not coming in as a novice. This is somebody who has served in that office, acquitted himself appropriately, and indeed, he has shown that he's somebody who is dependable. So coming in as somebody who the party is likely to elect as the presidential candidate, he must posit himself appropriately so that the people of Ghana will know that the fishing career